Regular session mayor and city council meeting, 6 p.m. Wednesday, April 5th, 2023, City Hall Complex, council chambers. I call this meeting to order. And please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Madam Clerk, could you please lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Apparently, we do not have anybody for invocation, so we will skip item 3. Call to the public. I've got one, Mr. Mauricio Chavez. Please come to the podium and state your name and address, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Mauricio Chavez. I live at 3061 North Sunrise Place in Nogales, Arizona. The reason for my visit today is to thank you for your efforts in fixing the issue we had with the water at West Country Club Drive. That was a huge help, and I do appreciate that. Thank you, Councilman Gradillas, for putting the item on the agenda as well. That was a huge liability and a huge concern that we had there as residents. That's what I had to say. I also want to say the improvements that are there around the Meadow Hills area. It's very clean, and also the lighting that you have installed there at both parks have really made a big difference. So again, Mr. Mayor and members of the council, thank you for the efforts that you and your staff have done. Thank you for that.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else, Letty? Okay. Next item, number 5, presentations. An update on 115 Investment Trust, L. Schneider and M. Smith. Do we have them on the line?
I think they're,
I'm going to try again.
yeah, we were having
It looks like
problems.
this.
Jose's on his way.
Okay,
Oh, there it goes.
can you hear us? Matt, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Showtime for you, you're on.
Wonderful. Thank you all. Now, do you all have a copy of my report in front of you?
Can you go up a
or
little?
is it easiest if I share my screen?
They all have a copy, but if you want to share your screen for the rest of the audience, that would be very nice.
I'd be happy to do that.
John, is there a way to turn him up a little bit?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I think.
Full screen here, and I will dive right in.
Is there a way to have all screens on the same, with the same?
All right, are you all able to see that?
Yes.
Oops, but we're
Okay.
back on it.
All right, so
Again.
I don't know if you all remember my presentation from the last time around, but this report has a lot of information. Really, this is intended to answer the majority of your questions. And then my job is to come in here and put some words behind it, give you a presentation to really pull out the highlights of this report. So if you're struggling to fall asleep one night and you're not in the industry, I highly recommend you pull this out. It'll help you snooze. But for today's purposes, I'm going to focus on a few important pages in the first section, the economic overview, and then I will translate that into your actual portfolio performance in the second half of my presentation here. Throughout my presentation, please feel free to interject. I can't see you all on video, so I won't necessarily see a raised hand. So feel free to interrupt. I will pause a couple times to see if you all have any questions, but ultimately, the purpose of this presentation is so that you all feel comfortable with the investments within this trust, and you have an opportunity to ask any questions that you may have. So without further ado, I'm going to dive into page 1.1 here. So you'll see a lot of different indexes or indices on this page. And ultimately, we use this to characterize not only the past quarter, but the past year and further trailing periods as well. What I want to call your attention to start is looking at those numbers within the quarter-to-date column relative to the year-to-date column. What you'll notice is that in the quarter-to-date column, there are 0 negative signs relative to the year-to-date column, which is littered with them. And so this represents the first quarter of 2022 in which we actually had some positive growth, a very welcome sight. The story of the fourth quarter was really that the economics, both in the US and abroad, were starting to build up a few months of positive data coming in. This is mostly related to inflation, inflation being really the root cause of the abysmal 2022 that we saw in the financial markets, not only in the stock market, but also in the fixed income market. And so as inflation began to unwind to some extent or come down to, pretty materially, investors were willing to take on some more risk to add back to equities and to really see if we're a part of a recovery here. And so within domestic equities, you'll see we use that Russell 3000 index, up about 7% for the quarter, but still down 19% for the year. So it just goes to show you how negative those first 3 quarters of the year were. Now you'll notice that in international equity, we use that third one down, the MSCI AC World X USA, really just we think to be the best gauge of the entire international equity market outside of the United States. Up 14.3% for the quarter, more than double the performance of the US equity space. The reason for this is multifaceted. The first of which is that investors had decreased risk throughout most of 2022. And finally, they felt comfortable with the data that was coming in to add back to risk. And so when they're deciding where to do that, international equities had sold off far more considerably through the first 3 quarters of the year. And so, the flip side of really negative performance is that from a valuation perspective or how expensive or cheap an asset looks, well, if you sell off considerably, you look pretty attractive from a valuation standpoint. The second reason that international equities outperformed was that there were some building fears of an energy crisis in the UK and in Europe. But fortunately, in Q4, the weather actually in that region was a little bit warmer than expected. And so the reserves are expected to be sufficient to get through the colder months. And therefore, those fears of an energy crisis were largely put to rest. And so there was a strong recovery there. And the last reason the international equity markets outperformed was due to the fact that in the first 3 quarters of the year, really up through the end of the end of October, the US dollar had been on a tear. It had become very strong relative to other currencies, which is great when we travel abroad. But it is not great when you have international companies translating international currencies and international revenues back into US dollars. It is a headwind. A strong US dollar is a headwind to that translation. And so for the last 2 months of the year, the US dollar came down in strength. It weakened technically, and that is very additive to international equity returns. Further down the page, fixed income, we use that top index, the Bloomberg Barclays US aggregate, to really capture the entire asset class, up about 1.87% for the quarter, a welcome sight after really the most surprising number on the page, that negative 13% in the year-to-date column. The reason I say that's the most surprising is because when we think about a balanced portfolio, which underlies modern portfolio theory, the expectation is that equities and bonds are imperfectly correlated, meaning that when one goes up, the other doesn't go up as much, or sometimes it goes the opposite direction, and vice versa. So what we've seen, when stocks go down, the fixed income or the bonds in your portfolio will help insulate that total fund, right? That high level number from the volatility of the stock market, right? It's a little bit of a buoy through times of distress, and unfortunately, that was not the experience in 2022. And this is all because the Federal Reserve was a little bit late to reacting to inflation and raised interest rates at really an unforeseen clip in terms of the speed and the magnitude at which they did so. And so that largely hurt the fixed income markets and It was the second worst year on record for a balanced portfolio of stocks and bonds, second only to 2008. So I'll pause there, see if you have any questions, and then I'll talk about some factors we're taking a look at and then dive into your portfolio.
Anybody has questions? You may continue, sir.
Thank you. So now I'm looking at page 1.9 here, and actually I'm going to flip one more, 1.1 or 1.10. These are 9 factors that we're taking a look at and keeping a really close eye on over the next 6 to 12 months that will really inform how our investment committee positions your portfolio. I talked about a couple of these. Inflation, I want to address a little bit further. Really, it's been driving the Federal Reserve, and the Federal Reserve has been driving both the equity and the bond markets. And so inflation has come down considerably, down from almost 10% down to 6% as of the end of February. But ultimately, what we need to see is continued decreases in the inflation rate. And really, we need it to be material. The past 2 readings have come in, I think, down about 0.3% on an annualized basis, respectively. Whereas in the second half of last year, we had 0.81% decreases in inflation. So we want to keep up the magnitude of those decreases in inflation and get back down closer to that 2% target. The other really pivotal piece of this is the labor market. And it's actually quite perplexing for a lot of economists that we're having such a strong labor market in light of the Federal Reserve's increases in interest rates, right? You typically think that as lending becomes more expensive, more difficult, more cumbersome, companies will kind of put that project on hold or put that innovation on hold, and that leads to less hiring. And as we've seen in a lot of the headlines, the tech space has definitely been hit with a lot of layoffs, but the labor reports keep coming in for the entire U.S. economy pretty strong. We're down to 3.4% unemployment rate, the lowest in over 10 years. Back in January, that went up to 3.6% in February. And really, we're going to want to see, we would expect that to rise to upwards of 4% if we are to really rein in inflation here. So that's something we're keeping a really close eye on. But at this time, we do think that there is a potential for us to avoid a deep recession, although all that's happened in the past month, particularly in the banking sector, thinking about Silicon Valley Bank and other names, we do find it to be a little bit less likely that we're going to be able to avoid a recession here. We think it's somewhat likely, and it's more a question of what is that experience going to be like? Is unemployment rate going to get up to 4.5%, 5%? How is it going to affect the everyday consumer? And that's something we're still trying to come up with our own estimates. So without further ado, page 1.9 characterizes our sentiment towards each of these major asset classes and sub-asset classes. What you'll see is that we went from slightly negative to neutral within international equities. That essentially reflects a little bit less risk, we feel, now that China has removed their zero COVID policy. Not really just about China, but the fact that they're such a big economy that is an exporter to a lot of international markets. We think that'll be a positive in the short term, while there still are some geopolitical risks in the long term. And within fixed income, we moved from slightly negative to neutral because we do think that we are nearing the peak of this interest rate hiking cycle. And so we want to be a part of that experience where you're earning that high yield and the potential for interest rate cuts over the next year, which is also an additive factor to fixed income returns, right? It's a price return as well as that coupon yield. And so we think those are both in a good place moving forward. I'll pause, see if there are any questions before I talk about your portfolio performance.
Any questions? Continue, sir. Thank you.
All right, so we ended the year at $15,818,758. I believe the portfolio started at about $16 million, so a little bit under that, which is reflected in that since inception performance of down about 1.07%. We underperformed the benchmark slightly for the quarter, down about 40 basis points, right, or 0.4%. And since inception, so the past 6 months, we're down about 1% relative to the benchmark. So not up to our standards, but we also don't invest solely for 6 months. We're long-term investors here. We believe that our approach will outperform over longer periods, talking 1, 3, 5 years. As you look further down the page, you'll see you have a 44% allocation to domestic equities. Really, the only thing I want to call out about your portfolio performance in the second quarter was that international equity returns were down and did hurt the portfolio. You'll notice this manager, WCM Focused Growth International. The one thing I want to call out here is that their performance in 2022 had an outsized negative impact on the overall portfolio. And that's due to really being wrong about how transitive the high inflation was. They thought it would recede on its own. They didn't think the Federal Reserve would need to intervene, and they were dead wrong. And so we saw that in their performance throughout 2022. Now, we did trim that allocation just as a kind of risk-off measure. And so you see down 28% for the 1 year period relative to 16. But what I want to call out is that on this page here, 2.3, this shows calendar year returns. WCM, again, down 28% relative to the benchmark of 16%. Abysmal performance. But the reason we did not completely terminate that manager is because we do believe that over longer periods of time, their strategy does outperform. And that was evidenced in 2021 when they performed 18.8% relative to 7.8%. And in 2020, when they performed 32% relative to 10.7. We're meeting with them much more often than we do most managers because we want to keep a close eye on them during this time of somewhat tumultuous time. But ultimately, they've recovered pretty well so far in 2023, and we remain confident in that manager. I also want to cover cash flows here on page 2.5. For the quarter, you began at about 14.8 million, had a positive return on investment of 1 million, which reflects your market value of 15.8 as of December 31st. I'm pleased to announce that as of yesterday, that unreconciled market value, so this isn't something you want to run home to your auditors about, but that unreconciled market value was at about 16.7 million. So finally, we're getting some positive growth relative to your initial investment of 16 million, and we'll be excited to present that performance in the coming months. And the last piece I wanted to cover is on page 2.6 here. This shows your asset allocation relative to your target allocations and the allowable ranges defined in your investment policy statement. So what you'll notice is that as of December 31st, your domestic equity exposure was about 1.3% underweight its target. International exposure was almost at target, just a little bit overweight. Fixed income, about 4% underweight, and a cash position of 5%. As of January 4th, we reduced that cash position, put that money to work to get you back to your targets, both in fixed income and in domestic equities. Essentially, you're at your strategic targets right now, and that reflects our investment committee's thinking that we want to be a part of the recovery. We were comfortable with a cash equivalent or a cash position late last year because cash was earning about 4% on its own, and we still think that interest rates at the time had some room to rise. At this point, we think we're pretty close to peak interest rates, and so that's why we wanted to get your fixed income allocation back to target. That concludes my prepared comments, but as I mentioned, I want to open it up to any questions you all have at this time.
Councilman Gradillas.
Based on this report, do you have any recommendations as to any changes that may be required, or are we still on par for a long-term hold on this?
Yeah, no changes at this time. So the changes that we would recommend that would really be reflected in your investment policy statement are going to be in reaction to us updating our asset allocation modeling annually. Because your portfolio was invested mid last year, you're using pretty good data at that time. But we'll go through that process in the second half of 2023 to make sure that your target allocations are where they should be in order to get you to your desired return. But at this time, we're comfortable with your allocations. And we still have the flexibility to adjust within those allowable ranges there, which is what our investment committee was doing as of December 31st. You're right, you had a 5% cash position, even though you don't have a target to cash. So you have that flexibility that our investment committee will take advantage of based on what they're seeing in the market at the time.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, you guys are, the financial guys, in conclusion to this report, basically, the city's in for the long haul on this, but is there, just like Councilman Gradillas says, is there options to change, or is it, do we keep on this path, what is it that you suggest for our future?
Absolutely. So part of our job as long-term investment advisors is making sure that our clients are keeping in mind that long-term perspective. Now, that's twofold, right? There are things that happen in the markets that could precipitate changes in your asset allocation and in your investment policy statement. There's also things that can occur with the actual city itself that could precipitate a change both in the IPS, the investment policy statement, or your asset allocation. But at this time, we don't think that's necessary. We think you're well positioned to really perform well over the longer period. Now, that doesn't mean I think we're going to have a gangbusters 2023, although first quarter was off to a good start, up about 4 to 5%. We'll see where those numbers come in. But ultimately, we think you are positioned comfortably for what we're expecting in the future. We're not positioned in a way that we're trying to hit any home runs here. We're really just trying to see kind of how this all shakes out. And we think your portfolio is appropriately positioned for that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councilman Bonillas.
I have a question. I can't find the page here, but you went back here a few years on your performance, and I think the average was 7 or 8%. Do you think that after our 5 years, we'll be actually at that rate? I mean, seeing how the stock market is doing right now.
Yeah, so it's a good question. And I think the reason I have some confidence in saying yes is that for the first time in nearly a decade, fixed income, which is only 30% of your portfolio, but fixed income is actually providing a return of upwards of 4 or 5%. And we haven't seen that because the Federal Reserve has been employing essentially a zero interest rate environment to kind of stimulate growth in the economy for quite some time. And so while 2022 was a tough year, for this portfolio at least, you really only took Q3 on the chin. Q3 was negative, but Q4 was positive. I mean, right now you sit as of December 31st, down only 1%, whereas investors that were invested for the entirety of 2022 are still sitting down about 10%. And so you avoided that difficult experience. So those are two reasons why I think you'll get there. And the third is that I think we all just lost sight of a normal economic cycle. It had been quite the run we were on from about 2010 until 2021. We even stomached a global pandemic. Essentially was a 3-month dip in the U.S. stock market that quickly recovered. And 2020 was a double-digit year in the end. And so fortunately, I was reminding my clients around that time that, hey, this has been a wonderful experience, but remember how this story goes. There will be negative years, and our job is to make sure that we stay the course throughout those negative years. Because if you try to adjust and then you miss those big recovery days in the stock market, you miss out big time on a longer term perspective. So I do think you'll be able to get to that 6.5%, 7.5%. It's just I understand that it's tough to see after a year like 2022.
I have one more question, Mayor. What would happen if on year 5 we go negative? What would happen?
In just year 5, or you need
Yeah, well,
your initial investment?
Well, you know, we had the last out of the 5 years of last year, we were in the red, we're in the negative. Actually, my question is one that the mayor and Councilman Garcia said, what changes can we make, or in case we see something, falling apart? Because come year 5, well, we need to pay off the unfunded liability. So my concern is what's going to happen if we're having 2 bad years in a row. I know you said that's not probable, but let's just say that happens.
Yeah, so there are a few things we can do. Now, over a 5-year period, we have a good amount of confidence that you're going to be net positive, right? Because even back-to-back years, as rare as it is, it's even rarer to have 3 years in a row or 4 of 5 years negative. We've never really seen that in these markets. And so while we find it really unlikely, there are things we can do. Now, essentially, what I'm saying is that if the investment environment changes so drastically that we think that we really need to protect your portfolio because of what we're seeing kind of in the short to intermediate term, we'll do exactly that. We will come to you and say, hey, not only are we allowed to go, if you take a look at your allowable ranges, right? Your maximum allocation to fixed income is 50%. So we can move your portfolio to 50% bonds, which are safer in general, at any point in time within our own volition, right? That's defined in the investment policy statement. We have the ability to do that. Beyond that 50% allocation, we would come to you all and say, for XYZ reason, and we'll have a lot of data to support this in a presentation, multiple meetings most likely, we think that you should change your asset allocation from this essentially 70 equity, 30% fixed income, to let's call it 40% equity, 60% fixed income. And we'll make that recommendation to you all to adjust your investment policy statement to reflect that. And with that, we would be in attempt to insulate your portfolio from that bad outcome. Ultimately, again, it's very unlikely, but we do have measures we can take to protect your portfolio if the investment environment changes drastically.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Finance, do we have any questions? No? Thank you, sir. Anything else from you?
No, thank you all for your time. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Well, that's it. We go to presentation, item B, number 5B, discussion on business license process and fees. Councilwoman Montiel.
I put this on the agenda so that the finance director can lead the way in the presentation and tell us a little bit about how the process works and to the public. Or somebody.
Yep.
So what I gave you guys within my stack of trees that I gave you earlier was the business license process. Somebody decides they want to have a business here in Nogales. They either come right in and talk to our revenue department, or they give us a call. They go on our website. They can submit their business license online, which then comes into revenue. They can come in and fill it out. They let us know what kind of business, where's it going to be, what kind of things they're going to sell or manufacture, ship from here to there, whatever the case may be. Then based on that, they pay the $35. It's the inspection fee. And then once that's done, then our business license person, she sends out an email to our planning and zoning department, who then sets up the entire email that goes between us, between planning and zoning, and between fire. Also will be to our pre-treatment if it involves food, like a restaurant. All of them do the inspections they need to do. If it passes right away, it comes back over here. Go ahead and issue the license. We contact the person, say, congratulations, you have passed. They come in based on whatever the business is, based on our ordinance is how we would charge if there's an additional fee, or if it's just the $35 sales tax. Like, for instance, Walmart only pays the $35 sales tax because they collect sales tax. Some of the other ones pay quarterly because there's not sales tax. But it all depends on the type of business that it has. If there's any issues with any of the inspections, then the business owner finds out about it through the set of emails, because they're included in the emails. Then they fix what's wrong, contact us back. We go out and inspect it again. Congratulations, now you've passed. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer for some of the businesses to fix what needs to be fixed. Sometimes they fix them right away. Sometimes it's easy things like your fire extinguisher is too low to the ground, too high from the ground, little things like that. And then, of course, all fees are based off of the ordinance that's passed by the city.
Councilman Doe, or you have any?
No.
Go ahead.
Yes, the question is like, you spoke about people that sell a product or there's a city sales tax, and pending, I guess, it is. But how about, like the people that do most of their business by phone, but yet there's no, I guess the mayor would know more about that, like brokering and stuff, offices that they're making the connections, in other words, as brokers, and there's no product sold.
So all of that, it all depends on the ordinance, if they would actually have to have a business license or not. When they come in to initiate the conversation with us, that is when the questions are asked, what type of business do you do? If they're not within our ordinance, then they wouldn't have to have one. If they fall within the ordinance, then that's when we discuss what their fee would be.
Now, do the rates change for each business, or?
It changes per category, not per business. So for instance, like somebody who just sells shirts or just puts logos on shirts would be under one category, where somebody who would sell a type of food may be under a different category. A bar or restaurant would be under a different category. So it all depends on where they would fall within the categories.
Because I've been asked by some businesses that, like I say, they do more like brokering. They don't, they just make the connection. So what category do they fall in?
I would have to see the ordinances. We have a whole lot of categories. In fact, our ordinance book
The best thing
is
is tell them to come and see you? Or?
the best thing to do would be to contact me, and then I'll do the research on figuring out exactly where they belong, if they belong. And then it's best if they contact me,
Okay.
because then it's an individual basis, and that's what we need. Because not every brokerage would fall under one category. They may have something special that would put them in a different category, but that's what I need to know. And so if these businesses that have questions can contact me, then we can sit down together and figure out where they need to fall. And if we have them in a wrong category, then we fix it.
So, okay. So should I just tell them to contact the director of finance?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, tell them to give me a call.
All right. Thank you.
I'll take care of them.
Thank you, Councilwoman Montiel.
What's an example of someone that doesn't pay a license? You mentioned earlier.
Okay, so if we have a company who hasn't paid a license, the first thing we do is we reach out to them and say, we know your business within Nogales. We've noticed you don't have a license. Could you please contact the city? So then we leave it, we give it back to them and say, please contact us. If they don't contact us, we contact them a second time. Usually by a letter by the mail, we'll put a letter on their door. If we have an email address, we'll contact them through an email, telephone, however we can reach them. If they continue to ignore us, or in turn they tell us, I don't have to have a business license, it may come to the point where we have to have legal step in, and then legal at that point can say, yes, you know what, they do fall under this one category, and then we reach out to them through legal. We try not to go that far. We don't want to go that far. We want to be able to have that personal connection with our businesses so that it can continue and it can grow. That's our goal, is not to have to involve legal.
Another question. So everyone that has or sells a good has to have a license, a business license?
They should, yes.
So if they're selling from home, how do you deal with that?
A lot of them that sell it from home also sell online. So there's a business license for people who sell goods from online. Now, if it's somebody who collects sales tax, that's the license they have to have. If they don't do sales tax, that's when it falls under the occupational fees.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the occupational so that the public could be aware of it?
Sure. So that's what falls under the ordinances. So, and that's where the businesses would contact us and say, this is what I want to do. What category do I fall into? We have a book, like I said, that's about this thick of all the ordinances that have all of the occupational taxes or occupational fees in it. That was passed by the council quite a few years ago. And that's what we follow. So once they see where they fall, they're usually okay with it. If they have a question, that's an individual that we figure out together where they would fit. And like I said, if anybody has a question regarding where they fall, please have them contact me so we can figure it out together.
So in addition to the fees, they all have to pay $35.
Yes,
So what's the $35 for?
that is the sales tax fee. So that's an annual, to get the business license like we have out here. That's ours. We pay the city $35 for our sales tax fee, just like every other business.
So the $35 is also to see how many licenses you have out there, or, to keep to have an idea how many licenses are registered here at the city?
Okay, so currently,
Yeah.
we actually looked it up.
Exactly.
We have 2,041 active business licenses,
2000 what?
2,041. Now, that does not mean that it's 2,041 brick and mortar businesses.
Oh.
That could be from home, on the internet, multiple companies within one building. So we can't go out and count 2,041 brick and mortar businesses. Also, when it comes to our taxis, shuttles, buses, each one has a different license. So even if one company has like 10, they would have 10 different licenses per vehicle.
And I've had some people call me that have taxi businesses, and they also are asking why there's such a difference between the rates, because they talk to each other. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Please have them call me.
Can you tell me though?
Well, I can, but if I don't know the individual,
So tell me a difference between one taxi driver that might be paying a certain amount to another taxi payer.
so the
or
taxis should all be the same.
the same. Okay. How about the shuttles?
Shuttles
Does
should
that
all,
differ?
shuttles should be shuttles. They should all be the same.
So basically all the taxis and the shuttles pay the same,
And the buses,
and the buses?
they all fall under the same category.
Okay.
Correct, Christina? Yes. Yes.
Oh, they all pay the same. Okay. So there
I
shouldn't
brought
be
her
any
here. She knows
discrepancies.
more answers than I do.
Okay.
So yeah, all the taxis, shuttles, and buses pay the same. If we have one that's not, please let me know, because then we'll look into it and figure out what happened.
Okay. So there's 2,041 active businesses that have paid $35.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Nope.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gene. Is that, we move to, item number C, discussion on the process of purchasing from submitting an initial PO to approval. Again, Councilwoman Montiel.
Yeah, thank you. I put that on the agenda specifically because of all the requests that certain council members have been requesting, and myself too. So if we can have a little synopsis of how the PO system works, from somebody asking to purchase something here at the city as an employee or mayor or council member. Can you please review that for the public? Thank you.
Absolutely. So what I made a copy for you is what is currently in our accounting manual that we follow. So basically, let's use my department for an example.
Okay.
We need pens and paper, we need office supplies. Somebody goes in, they create the requisition based off of whichever company we choose to buy them from. Then it gets approved by like the manager or a supervisor. Then the final approval comes to me as a finance director. I look at, is it an active business that we have like a business license for? Have we used them in the past? Is it a shady company that I need to look into because we don't want to send money to a company that isn't a real company? Is the amount that we're asking for still within their budget? That's like the biggest question. And is it within the line item that it's supposed to be in? When everything is good to go, then I submit it as an approval as a requisition. Then I have a senior accountant who goes in daily and takes all the requisitions that have been approved, and she makes them into POs. The POs go back out to the directors, and then the directors at that point will order whatever was purchased. Then the POs are on hold on our side until the items have been received in by the department. And then we receive the invoice that says, pay it, and then we pay it. If it's an item that's over 3,500 that requires quotes, the quotes are emailed to us when they do the requisition, so that all the quotes are behind the PO. So if anybody questions, how come there's only one quote? Were there quotes? We have all the backup information. But there's multiple people through, no matter what department it is, that has to do the approvals. So it's not just like, I'm going to write a requisition, I'm going to approve it, I'm going to approve the PO, I'm going to order, I'm going to pay. There's multiple people always involved.
And can you tell us the reason for that?
Well, a lot of it is to make sure that we're up and up. You know, we all have to be on the up and up. And this here, with all the multiple people, that puts us all in the up and up together. We're covering ourselves, we're protecting our community. It's their money that we're spending.
Exactly.
So I want to make sure that what we spend is legit.
So when somebody has authority to purchase, to make a purchase with public funds, do they sign anyone from secretary to a director? Do they sign some agreement that they're responsible for purchasing this or requesting to purchase this item?
So when it comes from a PO, there's nothing that is signed. The director is the one for the department that is held accountable for all purchases within their department. So if there's ever a question, it comes back to the director along with myself because I made the final approval.
Okay.
But for a PO, no, there's nothing that is signed. When it comes to like credit cards, yes. So there's two different, they're separate.
Okay. So the credit card, does it work the same way?
It doesn't. It's a different process.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. So with the credit card, we get the information at the end of the month. So all of the receipts, the statement, and the FPO created by the department are all put together and given to us at the end of the month. So we don't see what is purchased until the end.
But who has the last, I guess, who makes the last approval in approving those items?
Okay, so approving the items is the person responsible for the credit card. My legal obligation is to pay the amount that is due on the credit cards as a total. So I'm also responsible for my credit card in my department. That one I see all the time because I approve them. But every other department, it's their director. They should know what their people are approving or what they're purchasing.
Okay. So one question. So you as finance director and city manager, do you guys, trying to see how I could put it in a way where, do you guys have any legal responsibility if something's not purchased in accordance to the policies of the city?
We always have a legal obligation.
Well, I hope so, but I'm asking if you do. Okay.
Absolutely.
So if you see something that's not,
That I think is kind of.
fishy, iffy, whatever. So you do have a responsibility to let that director know, or the mayor know, or the council member know, or whatever. So you do
Whoever's
have
part it
a
is,
legal
absolutely.
responsibility. Okay. Is that true, Mr. Dickey? You do. So the buck stops with you guys
Yes, and also with the auditors.
Yes.
and the auditors.
The reason you have
go
all
ahead.
these backups is because at the end of the year, we have an audit. And they, when they go through their audit, they look at the expenditure, they look at, they compare it to the budget, they look to see if whether or not the advertising was done properly, et cetera, et cetera. And that's why all the documentation has to be there.
Your microphone.
And that's when they start asking for.
Okay. Thank you. That's
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Gene,
Vice Mayor.
on emergency work orders, do you follow the same process? Let's say on a weekend, if we have a water break or something, and we need to buy parts or something, do you follow the same process?
So usually with our emergency things that do happen on the weekends, that is why our departments have the purchase card. So if they need to go purchase a hose, they need to go purchase whatever the part may be, they can use their credit card.
And what's the limit? How much can they approve?
So most departments are at 1,000 or they're at 1,500 is their limit. I'm always available if it's a bigger purchase. And my card has a higher one due to in case there's an emergency.
So what happens if they need to get 3 quotes to buy repair equipment or whatever they need?
Not for an emergency. So if it's, let's say it's something more expensive and it's an emergency, we have a water line break and nobody in Nogales has water, it bypasses the 3 quotes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Gradius.
Has the PO process changed any in the last few years?
No.
It's the same process as
Same
when I
process.
was there? Yeah, I'm familiar with the process. I need clarification on the credit card approvals, though. I think we just passed order last meeting where we decide, council decides what's approved or not when the expenses are submitted. Am I wrong or?
You mean, in accordance with the policy permitting council members to have individual credit cards, the only difference is it comes back to the council for ratification of the expenses made by the particular council person.
So it's an approval basically at the end of the month.
Yes.
Thanks.
Councilman Doyle.
What caught my attention, you said that they could always call you. Are you on like 24/7 or?
Ask Mr. Dickey, yes, I am.
Oh, okay.
And I live around the corner, so I'm always here.
Okay. So then if there was a problem with somebody using the credit card for whatever reason, you might be the person they'd want to call.
I've been here at 8 o'clock on a Sunday morning helping somebody with a credit card.
And I can just speak to that. I did. I called her very early on a Sunday morning. She came in about 7:30, was here, missed her church and everything, was here for 3 or 4 hours helping with the credit card issue. So we talked closely, and I just want to touch a little bit on it. When I sign the credit card, I'm not approving the charges. I'm approving the obligation of the city to pay the charges. Okay, I'm not authorizing the charges. Okay, but once they're on there, we're going to pay them. And that's especially true if the council gets their credit cards. When I sign off, well, it sounds like I'm not going to be signing off anymore, but if I sign it, that's what it's for. When it's a staff member or something like that, there's a little more control I have on that. I have less control with the council than I do with the staff. So if I see a charge that I don't think is very up and up, we have a discussion about it. But yet we've made the charge, so I'm going to sign up, we're going to pay it. And then we'll look at if there's anything we need to do about that charge. And that's between me and the whatever. But another thing that's important, yes, if Jean feels like there's something questionable or is concerning that she thinks the audits are going to catch eye of, she lets me know. When she lets me know, we talk about it, and that is what's happened recently. Okay, so I am going, and I know it's on the agenda tonight, but I think I'm going to myself have an audit done of all our credit cards, okay, the whole city. Not just the mayor's department, but all of ours, just to make sure we're on the up and up. And I think that's the best thing for all of us, transparency, and because there might be some card out there I'm not aware of that's being misused. So I think it's a good time with the credit card issue that's come up that we do that. So I'm going to have that done. And I think council should be pretty excited that we're going to do that and have that done. I think that's a good thing for us to move that direction. I know it's on the agenda. Let you know that I'm planning on doing that anyway. And I have to, because once Jean kind of feels like there might be something off, we can't just keep it to ourselves and not do anything about it. So this is something we have to do. It'll be an outside, we're not going to do the audit ourselves, so we're going to have an outside firm come in and do the audit for us, and we'll do all the credit cards, every single credit card that's issued in the city.
Thank you, Mr. Dickey. Anybody else? Sorry about that. Anybody else has any questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Jean. Thank you, Mr. Dickey. Next item D, I'm going to table this item D with a community food bank. I got a call from the representative. She was ill this morning, so I'm going to table it for next month. Okay. Again, Jean, item number 6, financial monthly report.
It's your night.
Here I am again. Okay. You also in my packet received the finance report. So this finance report is for February. So through February, we should be at 66.66%. Okay, if you look at your table A, you will see that our revenues are at $935,044. And our expenditures were at $18,423,015. So our revenues are currently sitting at 83% of our entire budget, and our expenses are sitting at 52%. Our shared revenue is, we've collected $6,075,541, which is right on target at 66%. If you move to table B, that is our sales tax. We still had a very good month. So in February, we collected $1,395,871. We are currently $1,891,750 over this point last year. Okay. If you move on to table C, those are the general fund accounts broken out. And the ones that are highlighted are still the few that we're watching. They are getting closer to where they should be for the year. If you move on to table D, that is our HERF and our overweight funds. For HERF, we have collected $1,620,015, which is at 59%. And for overweight, we've collected $223,734, which is at 89%. For expenditures, for HERF, we have paid out $2,365,159, which is 45%. And for overweight fees, it's $2,139,070, which is 82%. If you move on to table E, this is our sewer account. For sewer, we have collected $1,846,033, which is 50%. And our expenditures going out is $1,272,046, which is 57%. If you move on to table F, it's our water account. In there, we have collected $2,409,387, which is 64%. And we have expended out $3,860,864, which is 57%. And the final table is G, is our sanitation. We have collected $1,963,779, which is 65%. And our expenditures are $1,808,572, which is 57%. Are there any questions on that part?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Montiel.
On the American Relief Funds, that's, you said that was included in the final, in the amounts on table A? Will be used as determined by, well, the total of 3 million, is that, where is that included?
Okay,
I know
so-
that's the American Relief Funds, but where is that included in?
So that is included in the miscellaneous contributions, which is on table A. under our revenue, so that,
Revenue, okay.
so the 4,149,000, that includes the ARPA fund.
I'm just curious, how come you're not putting it in a different, like, you're including it in the revenue and not, like, as opposed to not including it?
It was a good place to put it until council decided what we wanted to do with it. When it expended, it's coming out of our 055 account, which is still part of our general fund. So even though it shows in this here, the expenditures will also be with
So
it.
once we start spending it, which I hope is soon, then you will show how it's being spent,
Absolutely.
so the public can see where it's being spent. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, no,
ahead.
and that's exactly, I want to jump on that. That's exactly what, in the next financial, we're going to start presenting the ARPA. What we've given the council in the past, that little update where we're at, how much we have left, what's been spent. We're going to include that in the financials each month. Because there's been 2 encumbrances. I don't know if a payment's actually gone through yet. One with the fire, which was the 150,000. And then there's one that's going to take action tonight for the parks, which was a bit more.
Yes.
And then those will reflect in the next update.
Yes.
Financial.
Okay.
Councilman Bonilla?
Gene, on the numbers they give us for the overweight fees, and I've been wanting to ask you this for, and I keep forgetting. That number, is that, because we give 50% of our overweight fees for the maintenance for the 189, am I correct? So is that number after the 50% or?
That number's after. What we
Okay.
receive is after the state has taken their percentage.
Okay, thank you.
We get 25%. 25%, and they take half of it,
I know.
just to clarify.
So the
Right.
second part and the final part, that's the sewer accounts and the miscellaneous reports. So currently we have 6,147 active utility accounts in the city. We have 416 that are on contract, which are both residential and commercial. It has decreased once since last month, I'm sorry. And our total has decreased $3,719.19. We have some people that are paying off some of their bigger accounts. We also, within the Valle Verde area, we have 106 sewer accounts that are overdue, which is at $96,640.31. We have had a few that are starting to pay off those big accounts also. And those are the ones that we can't shut off because it's just sewer. Okay. Next is just the couple businesses that we're still watching. We have the big one that is on its last month of their contract. So you won't see that one anymore after this month. And then for employee payouts, for March, we had 2 employee payouts. For police, we paid out $79,166.45 for sick and vacation, and that also included vacation banks. And then for housing, it was $1,222.43 in sick and vacation hours. And then you'll see our fuel report for March. We paid out in March $396,544.77. So compared to this point and last year at this point, we are $90,256.34 above what we paid out at this point last year. Gas prices are not going down. Are there any questions on that part?
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Gene, on this contract with Tacos and Carlos contract, it says it had water leak, new contract created. What does that mean?
So they had a water leak that went on for about 2 months before they decided to fix it. It was on their side of the meter, not our side. So by the time they fixed it, their bill was quite large, and they asked if they could create a contract to pay it off their normal plus their additional. So we figured out monthly how much we could charge them. They agreed to it. So they'll pay their current monthly plus a certain percentage until that contract is paid off. But it was a rather large water leak.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, now we move to item 7, move a motion to move into executive session. We'll move. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, to executive session.
Okay, this one's here.
Welcome back, from break, executive session. We go to the next item, item number 8, discussion item. Discussion and possible directive to staff regarding settlement agreement with, C. Duran. Whatever. Motion.
Move to accept the settlement with Ms. Duran of the amount that was discussed.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. That was an item for me, sorry, did not answer. Item B, discussion regarding the role of mayor and council and executive branch and role of mayor and council regarding city personnel matters. Mr. Councilman Galias.
Thank you, Mayor. I asked for this to be put on the agenda because I have some concerns. In light of some issues that have come to light within the last couple of months regarding our duties and responsibilities as council. Apparently, it's believed that our duties and responsibilities have been stretched far beyond that of what is established in the charter. City electors voted in November 11th, 2000, and again in November 3rd, 2020, to amend the charter, adopting a change from strong mayor form of government to a council manager form of government. It states the mayor is the chairman of the city council. The mayor is recognized as the head of the city for ceremonial purposes. The mayor and council all have the same and equal authority. Mayor and council has no administrative duties and is prohibited from issuing orders or directives to subordinates of the city. The mayor and council shall deal directly with the city manager. My main concern comes from the issue with the housing director. We all had concerns regarding the failing scores of the housing authority, and at the last commissioners meeting, we gave direction to the city manager to contact Marta Duron to find resolution. The mayor took it upon himself to drive to Phoenix to meet with Duron, which I believe is beyond our scope and something that should have been handled by city manager if it falls within his duties in the charter. We have discussed this earlier at the housing meeting. We did get a little bit more clarification, and I applaud the intent, but I still think that it was done wrong. The housing falls under the direction of the city manager as a city department as prescribed by Resolution Order 2018-02-011, signed by then Mayor Mr. John Doyle. This concerns me because in reviewing the city charter, if we directly or indirectly interfere with city personnel, then we are subject to sanctions up to including a misdemeanor. This is breaking the law and is something that we should not condone. Chapter 11, miscellaneous, section 4, violations of charter or ordinance deemed a misdemeanor. I'm seeking clarification as if I am correct in interpreting the city charter. And secondly, I want direction from the city attorney as to how to go about filing a complaint by any director, city manager, or an employee regarding a violation of city charter. I'm assuming that the Nogales Police Department will not investigate these complaints to preclude the appearance of conflict of interest or inappropriateness, as well as I believe your office will not prosecute the same for the same reason. Our city managers, directors, and employees should not need to be walking on pins and needles in fear of political retaliation or retribution. We need to let the people tasked with running the city run it, and we should provide the resources for them to succeed at their jobs. If the city manager or director is not doing their job, there are mechanisms in place that we can use to deal with those. If anyone condones a violation of the charter, are they also assumed to be in violation and subject to misdemeanor charge? Please give us some guidance on that, because I think we need to run the city as the will of the people demanded twice already in elections. And if we want to be involved in the day-to-day operations of the city, then we should apply for a soon-to-be vacant city manager position. Can you give me some clarification on that, Mr. Machado?
I don't know where to start. I have tried to give guidance to the council regarding their respective roles, and I issued a memorandum and a notebook, and I think if everybody's acknowledged that they have it. I don't know where to go from there in terms of if there's any questions regarding the respective roles. I'd be glad to look at them or anything. But in terms of generalities, we know what the role of the council is. We know what the role of the mayor is. We know what the role of the city manager is. Whether or not there's violations, of course, that depends on the particular circumstances or whatever happened, right? As-
the mechanism?
Well, the charter says that the violations can either be a criminal violation, and I've indicated to most of the council members at one point or another that I think one of the few charters that has that type of provision, but it does, and we've got to realize that it does. The charter also has a provision in there where it says that if you violate this, you'll also be subject to sanctions, but it didn't say what those sanctions are. Various councils have implemented themselves policies and sanctions that can be applied to each other. I mean, if that's a route that you want to go, then you amongst the council determine what kind of punishment are we going to give each other if we violate it. As far as me trying to enforce or prosecute any criminal violation or anything as a criminal violation, I've indicated to you that I would not do that. I represent the council, and in order to foster some type of relationship and trust with them, that can't even be a consideration. I hope to foster the type of relationship where the council people can come to me and telling me what's going on so that we can advise appropriately and not get to a situation where there is a violation. And I hope we can do that without trying to figure out who can prosecute in my stead, you know.
I want to clear up. I'm not accusing anybody, but I want to make sure that our city manager, our directors, everybody knows that they are protected and there's a mechanism for them so that they don't have to feel that they're being pressured. And I also want to know if they condone it or go along with anything that's asked by any of us, are they also in violation of the charter?
I've indicated in the past that, yes, anybody who is violating the charter, there's a term, a legal term, accomplices or co-conspirators, and not to say that that happens, you know, but that's just an example that if you're doing something illegal and you know you're doing it illegal, then you're just as guilty as someone else. But in all fairness to employees, it would be unfair to put them in that position where they have to tell the council person, no, don't talk to me, or I'm not going to do what you're asking me. That's why the charter has specific directive that everything go through the city manager. The city manager under the charter is the chief executive officer. He is in charge of supervising all subordinates of the city. So, and I thought we had to establish procedures where the council had any questions regarding any matter or they wanted any documents or so on, that they were going to get it through the city manager. But no, nothing can happen to the employee. That's most definitely.
I just want to make sure that we all stay on the right track and protect ourselves, because this charter is there to protect us. We all received your notebook, which I think was really great and informative. And just make sure we follow the guidelines and that there's avenues for our employees specifically to make sure they can do their job without having a fear and being able to say, no, we can't do this because it's against charter. That's all that matters. Our job is to provide them the resources and direction. And then also, if they're not doing their job, then there's mechanisms to take care of that also.
I like Mr. Kissinger's frame, you know, he said, rather than engage in conduct where we say, I got you in this, I got you in that. You know, let's if we engage in that conduct that doesn't doesn't help anybody, and of course, it doesn't solve anything. Honestly, what we need is just the open dialogue and that we have here in the relationship, that if you want something or you have a question regarding whether or not the council can do this or do that, just ask, And I've had, I think at one time or other, most of you in my office asking, is it okay to do this? Is it okay to that? As long as that procedure is followed, that's fine. We're legally, I can give you advice. I can't tell you what to do or to make policy decisions for you. That's your discretion. That's your prerogative. But I sure can guide you in how to get it done the correct way.
Thank you, and thank you, Mayor, for allowing me this platform.
Councilman Doyle.
Yes, Mayor, I might be off, but if I recollect clearly, you were going to Phoenix for a different reason at that time, and I think somehow you bumped into to Mrs. Duran. Would you like to give us kind of a version or how it actually turned out? Because it sounds like you made a specific trip to go, and I want to know if that's the case or not.
No, I actually was up there lobbying for the city. Supervisor Molera was up there, and we were with people from the produce industry, visiting, senators and House representative. On Wednesday the 8th, we got the email that everybody got from a housing director. At that night, I talked to city manager, mentioned, we got to look into this. I told him I could call the housing person, which is Marta Duran, about being able to meet me and give me time to discuss what the email was about, which was, not good for the city. I went ahead and told her, because we had a meeting from 9 to 11 at the governor's office, and I told her I just couldn't be there between 9 and 11. She came back and set me up for an appointment at 12:30. I dropped the other 4 meetings that we had with, lobbying for the city and with the people that I was up there. Dropped everything. All this was through discussion with our city manager. I asked them, what do you think? After I talked to Martha, what do you think? She wants to set up an appointment, and with agreeing with Mr. Dickey. He said, yeah, it should be good. You're up there. And I was able to get away from the people that I was with and go talk with Martha and the actual housing director, Sharon Alfonso. And, when I went in, I called Mr. Bojorquez, because he's got housing experience. He was on the call at all this. Mr. Dickey knew everything that who was there, who was going to be on the call. Basically, we talked, came back, and gave Mr. Dickey the outcome of our conversation over 2 hours. Mr. Dickey had some questions. He went ahead and called Martha himself, clarified. Besides that, I had nothing else to do with the director. Pros and cons and everything. Everything was handled through our city manager. Am I correct, Mr. Dickey?
Yes, we did communicate. I knew you were going to the meeting. You told me. You were up there for another reason and advantage of the time to go meet with her. I'll just add to that. I'd been meeting with her also and talking with her, as has John, over the weeks prior to and then after. In fact, just a couple days ago.
Yes, sir.
I think we discussed this during the housing meeting, and I didn't want to beat a dead horse, but obviously we did receive a bit of clarification where any administrative duties, regardless, we do not have authority, even if they want to meet with you. You can meet with them to discuss how's the weather or what's going on, but anything that has to do with issues pertaining to the Public Housing Authority should be handled by the city manager, as it states in the city charter. We talked about this during the meeting, and I didn't want to say that you went directly for that because we had already covered it. So I'm not accusing you of going directly for that. In fact, I applauded you during the housing meeting, but yet it's something that was done not in accordance with the charter. And we're putting people on the spot again. Mr. Dickey's already leaving, so he's not going to respond freely. So let's let it go, but let's do things the right way is what I'm saying, because we already covered this. I don't want to get accused of trying to throw you under the bus. We discussed this. We got our direction. Let's move forward.
Okay. I'm just trying to clarify that everything was done in accordance to the city manager.
Mayor, I have something to say about Councilman Gradia's mind reading Mr. Dickey or actually making the call of what he said or what he thought or what he was going to do or what he's going to, I think we should be more respectful of trying to figure out or put words out there that Mr. Dickey is not saying. Of course, I know he's a gentleman and he tries not to put any of the council in any kind of negative position. But in all due respect, I think we're taking too much to assume what he would have said or didn't say, because he hasn't said anything.
I apologize to Mr. Dickey, but I'm only paraphrasing what we discussed during the housing meeting, and I'm sure it's recorded. So that's all I have to say about that.
Okay, and Mayor, what my main question was, again, if your intent was to go out there and apparently you stated it wasn't, you went for different.
Correct. I was there for another reason.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, and just for clarification, I know that during the housing meeting, we talked about this, and just for the public, the Housing Authority is a very different department. It's not like the Public Works, or they have to report to not only the City Council and Mayor, but also to the Board of Commissioners. I know that we have to follow the charter as it is, and when we do the same for all the departments. And it's the Housing Authority is the only department of the city that makes a monthly report to the Board of Commissioners. I don't know of any other department that has the same, that has two boards, the Mayor and Council and a Board of Commissioners. So that was clarified during the Housing Authority meeting. And it's very confusing sometimes, if you want to make some kind of let's say not a deal, but with a housing authority, if they have any questions, they have to follow the same process, now that we found out, and as any other department, but they do have to report every month, and not every department does. The only one that I know of is finance, which gives us a finance report every month. But no other department like Public Works or the police department or fire department, they don't come up here every month and give us a report of what they're doing every day of every month. So it's a little confusing. So just for clarification, we talked about it during the Housing Authority meeting, and I think it was clarified. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Grayas.
I have one question for Mr. Machado. During the housing meeting, we discussed the commissioners who are the council, one and the same, have the same authority, whether we're commissioners or whether in the council, and we fall under the city charter, correct?
Yes. You have a double duty as the commissioner and the council member, but basically you're still without authority individually. In other words, you can't go and make an agreement with HUD or you can't or this. It has to be an action by the body, either the commissioners or the council. That's what I was trying to get across to everyone there.
Mr.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Councilman Doyle.
Yes, when we passed that ruling, Mr. Machado was here at the time, and it was more to iron out that gray area of authority again, of the dual relationship we have as commissioners, and I was a chairman at the time, and actually HUD was putting a lot of pressure on us as commissioners to respond, but as a body. And so we decided that it was best to kind of separate a little of some of that gray area so that the city or the housing would be under the city. And basically it's because of that gray area that's there. And it's kind of hard even now to, especially when you're having problems, and especially when, like Mr. Dickey mentioned that, you can sit for hours and talk with the people from HUD and housing, and, sometimes you come back more confused than what you were originally. So it's a challenging area, really, but I don't think we can single anybody out and say, oh, you did wrong there, especially when there was nothing wrong done. We're still trying to kind of fix a problem. So anyway, I just thought I'd mention the reason that passed under my administration was to try to kind of iron out or lighten up the gray area some. And that's where we're at, really.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Councilman Bonillas.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Machado, so after your clarification, there should not be no more issues as far as council members or mayor or chairpersons or commissioners going to talk to these people, to these directors with city or housing issues. You stated that we can go and talk to them, just not business regarding city or housing. So we should not have these issues anymore. Am I correct?
I hope not.
Well, okay. But it's been clarified that we have no business talking to these people. Whether as council.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
That's the way it is.
I don't want to give that impression. I've said, you guys are elected officials. You're adults.
Well, we can't talk business. That's what I'm.
Well, you can. There's a fine line. I admit.
It's because the timing.
But you guys,
the timing of this meeting and everything, just the optics. I mean, I'm not accusing Mayor Maldonado, but if you look back at what was happening with the housing director, the meeting, and if you just take a step back, it looks. The optics don't look good. And I'm not accusing the mayor. If he says that he went and he talked to Mr. Dickey and he was with some people from the county and he was lobbying for the city, that's fine, Mayor. But the timing, just the optics of the whole situation does not look well. And again, if that's what you said that you were doing, then that's fine. We'll take your word for it. But now, just the timing of everything is just the optics, Mayor. And so I just wanted clarification that if we don't have to, I guess that's the question. If we don't have to, I mean, eventually some council members talk to some directors with the managers there with them and stuff like that. But I just think that if the optics just didn't look good, and as far as timing, Mayor, with the whole issue with our housing director, and that's the only concern I may have. If you say that you went to lobby and all that, and fine, but the optics, Mayor, that's what I'm trying to.
Sir, Councilman Bonillas, you could see my travel, you could see my reasonings for that trip. It was totally for another reason. Happened to we happened to get that email, and I did not go give or take direction from HUD. I went to find out where we stand and what were our issues. I related them to our city manager, and that's all I had to do. I did not give city manager any details on or direction on what to do. It was all handled by him. I just related and, did not give direction either to HUD, to our director, never talked to our director. I just talked to Mr. Dickey and told him, what we had talked about. He had some doubts on certain things. He made the call, but we could talk to directors. We cannot give direction. And that, I'm the biggest lobbyist for the city. And obviously I'm going to talk to ADOT director. She's coming here tomorrow. I'm going to talk to ADQ director. She's coming in next Wednesday. As giving direction, I'm not doing that. I'm looking for how to correct our city, how to help our city. That's what I'm doing.
And that's fine, Mayor. And I'm glad you're meeting with all these directors. But my issue or my concern was that the optics seemed it was more of a personnel issue. And again, is this just the timing of when everything was swirling around? That was my concern, Mayor. Okay. That you can, as a mayor, as a representative of this city, absolutely, you should talk to all these directors. I don't think anyone here in the council has any problems. I think that you should. But I go back to the optics of where we're having these issues with our housing director. You're up there having a meeting with this person in HUD, and the way things fell, Mayor. And I'm not accusing you of anything, Mayor.
Don't misinterpret what didn't happen. I'm telling you as it is, and don't what you're saying was not the reason. The reason was
I'm
that
not saying
actually
anything, Mayor. I'm just saying
I'm listening to
the
you.
optics.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay,
I don't know. Just one last thing, that I kind of gathered that somehow we're trying to be isolated from not being able to talk to anybody in HUD. And that's not the case. We have every right as an individual to stop by, say hi, have a question, get informed, not to make any decisions or as a commissioner for the group. But as far as getting information, we can even get on the phone and call them. But it doesn't, that we have that right. And it's not like we can't speak to them. But, I understand that under these conditions, well, certain things happen, but that wasn't the intent of any of that. I think what probably happened was probably headed in that direction for whatever reasons. And again, it's something that we had nothing to do to push that. As I believe, like anybody else, you're probably trying to get more informed the way we should have. But when I go back that we have a right to have dialogue with HUD individually. It's not something that as long as we don't make any decisions representing the city of Nogales or as commissioners. So that's all I wanted to say. That's some of that gray area that we covered back then, but we left that space there to be able to communicate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Gradius.
As I stated earlier, my intent is not accusatory, it's a clarification issue to protect all of us. Secondly, during the last commissioners meeting, we gave direction to the city manager to deal with this, correct? So we acted as a commission, giving him direction. Now, I think you outreached by going over there because you might have felt he wasn't going to get it done, or that makes it seem that he wouldn't get it done, but he already had direction. That's my only concern. Protect us from getting in trouble, especially when we're talking misdemeanors and criminal acts. I don't want to be involved in that.
Me either. And, you know, I did it with the agreement that our city managers thought it was the best thing to do. Being at the place, you know, that I was in Phoenix, it was something that was available, and, you know, that the housing department agreed to meet me. So I just, you know, it was something that the city manager agreed with me. So we moved on. Okay. Well, that's it. Any more discussion? Mr. Grella, thank you for putting it on. Thank you. Item C, discussion and direction on possible action, special events. Mr. Doyle.
Yes, I kind of placed that. It kind of goes along with some of the things that probably were already discussed, but this is more specific. It's kind of the fee or the license or permit that you need and you pay for on kind of special events when you have Mother's Day, Valentine's Day, those activities. And I wanted Mr. Kissinger to kind of shed a little more light on those things. So not only for our benefit, Mayor, the council and all, but also for the people that are out there viewing us so they can be better informed. Because I guess like our finance director mentioned, there's so many different types of fees. And this is another area that sometimes comes up to play because there's peddlers out there. There's people that just want to have maybe for those special events during the year. And if you can give us a breakdown, Mr. Kissinger, I appreciate it.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Dickey. Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Mr. Kissinger.
thank you for coming in and speaking with me on this, Mr. Doyle, and I was glad you stopped in so I could prepare myself to talk about this. So we have two different types of license. One's called a transit holiday event peddler or transit peddler. I believe that particular business license is from somebody who's coming from out of town, might want to come into the city, sell steaks, sell mattresses, different types of goods from outside our city. We have a business license for them. But if we have a small business in the city of Nogales, an entrepreneur who wants to sell some flowers or something else during events, we have a different peddler's license. It's my understanding that you might have a constituent that might have inadvertently, right, purchased the transit holiday event license, which is much more expensive than just the peddler's license. The transit holiday license is a license that's $300 for 3 days.
Yeah.
Just for 3 days, in lieu of the peddler's license, which is $60 a quarter. So if we have somebody locally who needs a peddler's license, I recommend that we give them the peddler's license. But if we have somebody coming in from out of town, just wants to come in, sell something quick, and then they're off to the next town, I think the transit peddler's license is more applicable to them. I asked Mr. Doyle to have his constituent come in and meet with me and Jean, and what we can do with Jean's authority, we can credit her if she paid this.
I think she'll appreciate that.
This transit holiday license. We can credit her for future business license under the regular peddler's license where she should be. And as me and Jean spoke about it, as people come to the city to apply for these licenses, we believe that in those types of circumstances, the peddler license is more applicable. Both of these can be found on our webpage under Chapter 11 of the codes, and I have both copies here if anyone's interested in the council. But that's my explanation, Mr. Doyle, and I hope that meets what you were looking for.
I'll get a copy from you later. Just
Yes, sir.
I keep it fresh in my mind. Thank you. I appreciate that. It really helps. There's people that make that mistake of buying the wrong license and they think they got overcharged. And
Correct. And we'll make it right for them.
okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Kissinger. With this, we move to item D, discussion and direction and possible action, parking meters, myself and Councilwoman Montiel. And I think you had some comments on this.
Yeah, I did. I know that in the past, if my memory serves me well, in the past administration, during the holiday season, the meters weren't active. And I know that we've talked about doing that again because of the construction going on downtown. But I've had several calls from merchants downtown, Mayor, and they're very concerned about us not doing that again. What's happening, according to them, and I talked to, I don't think Evan Corey Mines, I've talked to, he's one of them, and a few more merchants saying that what's happening is when we don't, when we let the meters off or whatever, people are parking there all day long for days and using it as a parking space, and they're going to Mexico. And that's not good for the merchants because they want people to visit downtown. And of course, that's how they, keep the business going, the little business they have. So it's going to be very detrimental for them if we do waive the meters. And so I think it's something that we need to think about. I think it's valid. The reasons are valid. Times are tough for them. They're barely making it. And I think we should have some type of discussion with all the council about that, waiving the fee.
Waiving the parking?
The parking fee.
It had been discussed in the past meeting about trying to support, about, like we do it sometimes in Christmas and stuff like that.
Waive it.
On
No?
not having the meters on at downtown. And, I'm glad the merchants are responding, because yes, the last thing I would want is to make harm or do any harm, because people misuse the free meters, so I think if, the free meters is going to be a bad effect on them. I totally agree. And that, you guys agree. I think, it's like, Councilwoman Montiel said, they're coming, to her with negative, instead of being a support for them and helping them, it's going to be a negative, support because it's going to hurt them. So I think we just leave it as is and keep the meters going. Any other discussion?
I have a question for the police chief, if he could come up to the podium.
Go ahead.
Chief, even if we were to waive a fee, your parking control guys would still be working. So can we do like a 2-hour monitor, chalk the tires, and if they spend more than 2 hours, then they could get a citation or some other type of way we can police this so that we can have a happy median? Because I know people don't want to pay for parking and some do take advantage. So maybe we can come to a happy median where it can work out well for both the merchants and the people that are coming to visit these merchants.
Councilman Gradius, we certainly could, but there isn't lately, as of late, there's been some litigation with chalking up the tires. And Mr. Machado can probably attest to that. So it's a legal issue, either way we see it. Like Mrs. Montiel says, I've talked to some merchants too, and not only are the people parking there and going into Mexico, but what happens when we waive the fees for the meters, historically, what's happening is that employees park there. And so when the actual customers get there, there's no parking, and they just don't stop because there's no parking. So we have an issue with a waiving either way. But
The reason my ears perked up when you said waiver is that there is no waiver provision in the ordinance.
Ah,
Okay, so if the old ordinance was the council determined where the meters were and all that stuff, but the charter changed, and in connection with that change, the ordinance was changed. So that's now a management function that's been given to the
City manager.
Public Works Director. That doesn't mean that the management, the city manager and the Public Works Director cannot follow desires of the council. If you desire that you're going to not do it in Christmas or do it in Christmas or anything like that, it's flexible enough that those desires can be implemented by management. Now, if you wanted to change it completely and take the meters out and all that, then the whole ordinance would have to be changed.
Clarification on the chalking, I meant just marking the tires, or are we talking about putting the boot on it? It's two different things.
Right.
Where's the litigation?
Honestly, Chief, I'm aware of that litigation, but it's more the boot and more all that stuff, right? But even then, I wouldn't be afraid of it. Honestly, I wouldn't. If as long as you're not destroying anything, and what we try to do is reasonable, I wouldn't be worried.
Absolutely, Councilman Claudias, anything can be done. As long as I get direction from, yes. As soon as I get direction from Mr. Dickey here, I'll get
And
it
I remember the discussion too, was that in order to prevent people from hogging the space all day and not allowing the merchants the constant turnover that they need for their business,
yeah.
and that's why they put in the 2-hour limit and all that stuff. But again, that's an ordinance that was passed by the council, and the council can change that ordinance depending on what you guys want to do.
I talked to a merchant down there that he was inquiring, called me, he was inquiring what he had to do if it was possible to lease a couple of parking spaces in front of his business so he can just use it for his customers. Because once the customers got there, I mean, there was never any parking, either people going into Mexico, like you say, or employees from other stores that would park there, and it made it nearly impossible for them to stop off and shop at his store.
Really quick, I gotta follow.
Go ahead, follow up.
The 2-hour limit that we have, that's really hard to enforce unless you stay there for 2 hours. Because if it's about to expire and you go put another quarter in it, you just extended it. Maybe we should look at different parking meters. I know Tucson, other cities have those that you can pay for on the phone, and we can actually cap them at 2 hours so they can't add another 2 hours per se. I think something that we might want to explore, at least down the road. It's not a quick fix, but it's something we need to think about.
I know we looked at parking meters, like 4 or 5 years, John, and very pricey.
Yeah, very.
Councilwoman Melendez, you had a question?
Yes, my question would be, how much a daily rate would be for those people that are interested in having each meter for their own business?
God.
Well,
Top of my head, I wouldn't know, Mrs. Lopez, but I don't think that's even possible.
it's impossible?
Well, I mean, unless management decides to use it.
These are public spaces, and in order to designate them for the use of a private business would be.
It's impossible. And I just want to comment, I really think we should start charging, because otherwise it's not very convenient. I've been there and I never find a space. Of course, right now it's worst, but I mean, it's better to pay. And if their own employees are using it, well, they have to spend their money if that's the case.
The other thing is the enforcement, like the chief said. If the intent is to have 2 hours, not 2 consecutive hours and then 2 and 2 added, then the only way to do that is enforce it by somehow marking that vehicle that is there. And honestly, I don't. If we're going to chalk it, I don't see a problem there.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very difficult. Anyway.
Thank you, Councilman Bodeas.
I have a question, Chief. I've gotten similar complaints, but not during the day, but at night on Grand Avenue. There's a restaurant and there's some bars on Grand Avenue. So both of the owners approached me one day and they told me, why don't you come by our businesses at around 6 in the afternoon? And so I went, and they might have had maybe 2 or 3 customers, but the entire street was full. And those cars did not move. And they said, no, stick around. I go, look, just look, stay here. And sure enough, 8, 9, 10, 11, they were left overnight. So what does this police department do with those cars? I know that there's no parking control. We don't charge for parking after 6 o'clock, but it's not being fair also to some of these businesses that rely on that parking space for their business at night, because one of those restaurants does have their own parking lot, but it's a relatively small one, and the other one doesn't have any parking. So by the time customers want to get there, they have to circle around, and not maybe for 10 minutes, but a good 15 minutes. So what does the police department do as regards with people that leave their vehicles parked there overnight?
Councilman Bonilla, we don't do anything because the meters are not enforced after 6 o'clock or 1800 hours, unless they're parked there between 4 and 6 in the morning, which is when the sweeper passes. And if the sweeper calls us or the officers see that there's a car there, a sweeper has to go around, then we do cite them. But if the meters are not enforced, it's not covered by any ordinance that the city has at this time.
Because that's, I understand that, but it is a concern from these business owners that sort of don't see it fair, because come nighttime, there's no one on Morley. There's no cars parked on Morley, but go to the street, on Grand Avenue, the nightlife, blossoms and there's no parking for their customers either. And it's worse because, we're not charging. So, I don't know. I would like to see something, have some type of meeting and see what can be done. But these business owners also need to be heard, because I've had, not on one time, but I like to say 3 or 4 times where, they think that I don't pay attention to them or don't care. And I've told them what you told me. But I can't do anything, or none of us can really do anything at this point, but see what we can do, Chief, anything.
And that's the same problem, sorry. And that's the same problem that we had on Short Block Terrace, first under block of Terrace, until we took the meters out and we put red zones and loading zones, and those are enforced 24/7. So that's why at night, before you used to go into Short Block Terrace, and it was packed with cars that were in Mexico. We don't have that issue anymore, but now they moved over to Arroyo and the Grand Avenue side and the Morley side. So I totally agree with you.
Thank you, Chief. Any other questions so basically, do we agree to just leave it as is and till we find any other solutions and continue have the meters going?
Do you make them as is? Do you make a motion?
I'll make a motion to just leave the meters as is and continue with the charging of the meter. Yeah, no, it's not waived. There's no motion to waive it. So we'll continue to the next item. Discussion and/or direction to staff regarding community development, planning, and zoning. Councilman Bonilla.
Mayor, last time that I guess you wanted to discuss something, because I'm ready to pull this agenda because I have not been able to attend the next meeting regarding this subject. So I asked Mr. Dickey why was it placed, and he said it's automatically when I table something, it's automatically placed on the next meeting. So I have not been able to attend that meeting as of yet. So either I'm going to have to pull it, or unless one of you council members has something to discuss on this subject, I'd like to pull it.
I just want to get some clarification from you, Mr. Bonilla. Planning and zoning, community development, planning and zoning. You know, we at the city, again, we lost our planning and zoning director, but I know Mr. Dickey has been talking with the county. Is that where you were going about?
Yeah, yeah,
you know,
and because although it was a very informative meeting, I still need, I don't feel comfortable bringing it to mayor and council for discussion. So that's why I like to just leave it for another day because I don't feel prepared at this moment to discuss this with council and mayor and council.
I got no problem in giving directions, and I just like, everybody know that, I know Mr. Dickey has been talking with the county. I've been talking with the county, basically trying to work together, try and make a plan where, not just with planning, zoning, parks, community development, just like we have with the library and animal control, stuff like that. I think it's something that we all got to put in set of mind and think about. I know the county was looking into having a joint meeting, county and city. So I think that's going to be soon to be heard. They haven't set a date, but I think it's something to discuss and have council members have something in thought of what we could do together, and I think it's trying to help each other.
Yeah, absolutely.
They have a lot of stuff, the flood control and all that.
Yes, there's a lot of things out there with the county.
Yes.
And like I said, Mayor, I think that I think everyone here needs more information.
More information and all
More
that.
information and clarification on what exactly, how is it going to work?
Well, that's the purpose of the meeting. Like I've talked to Director Travis, with Mr. Dickey, on 4 or 5 years ago we had the parks agreement, trying to work out where the city handled the baseball parks and the parks were within the county. County was there to support us, and city backed off and we gave it up. But just little things like that, I think will make it better for both county and city. So I got no problem tabling it and bring it back actually on the 20th.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Item F, discussion and direction and possible action, elected officials' use of credit cards. Mr. Bonillas.
Well, we talked about it earlier. Pretty much, Mr. Machado and Mr. Dickey, how's this going to work? I know that we agreed that we're going to be held accountable, after the fact. But is there going to be some type of limit? How exactly is it going to work? That's all I need to know at this point. Is there going to be some type of limit or no limit, and then we just get the report the following month, and we agree or disagree or on approving those expenditures? Or
I can answer what the procedure is from a legal point of view. It'll follow the order that
we passed,
right? And then I also prepared a little memo or guide regarding what type of expenditures can be made and what they can't be made. It's just a guide, but it'll be some, and again, give me the opportunity to talk. If there's a question, ask beforehand, right? But as far as the procedure, according to the order, once whoever requests a credit card and once it's given and it's used, then the statement will come in and it will be organized by finance, and it will be presented to the council at the next meeting for ratification and approval and ratification according to the order that you passed. As far as limits, I guess my understanding is that the limits have been established at an amount. I don't know who established that amount at this point. That amount could be changed depending on what the council desires. That would be your decision.
Mr. Dickey was giving you some indications.
For instance, currently, I know, and I'm learning sign language. Actually, I do know, but anyway, $500 is what per purchase. That the current card that the mayor has is 500. And Jane, if I say anything out of place, please correct
500
me.
per day or per purchase?
Per purchase. So if you want to try to purchase something for $502, it won't go through. But if it's under $500, it'll go through. That's kind of where it's set now. Now, the council, that's one of the things I think you want to bring up is if the council wants to set limits, if it's going to be just a limit of 2,000 on the card, period.
Well,
that's what the limit is.
Even though, Mr. Dickey, we're going to be held accountable as mayor and council, I think that we should sort of have some type of limits on that card, because you're saying it's $500 per purchase, and then you can make another one. But I'm just trying to put some type of even though we're gonna at the next council meeting, we're gonna go through them and all this and that, but I think it'd be wise to set some type of limit on those cards.
Okay, and that's up to council.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
I don't know, but I just want it for the record. I do not want a credit card, okay? I don't need it, I can use mine. Thank you.
And for the record, I don't plan on taking a credit card either.
Councilman Bonillas.
Otra vez.
Excuse me, cada día. Estoy atrasado.
Tercera está vencida. I know he looked at me, so I know he's referring to me. So I want some guidance or a checklist now that we've taken on the role of going through all the expenses of what is allowed, what is not allowed. We have some vague guidance. I want to know if we can narrow it down because we're talking about public funds, not private funds. If you own a business and use private funds, you can spend whatever you want. And you could even write it off with the IRS. But when we're dealing with public funds, where do we stand? What is allowed? There's really no guidance. I found some in California. I've met with the city attorney and asked him to look into this. But I really need some guidance because then I won't be doing a just full job going over expenses if I don't know what I'm looking at or what is approved and not. So I just need some guidance or a checklist or something.
You know, the Arizona Accounting Manual. I'm sorry. The Arizona Accounting Manual has a lot of examples of what's allowed and what's not allowed. We can. I prepared a memo regarding general guidelines, and not that I'm trying to be not specific, but it's very difficult to say one expenditure is allowable and the other one is not. There's a lot more to that determination depending on the context. What may not be allowable under one context or one set of circumstances may be allowable under another. So, I'm willing to try to give you some guidelines, a little bit more than what I've given, but that's what we have our auditors for. The auditors come in and they know that accounting manual backwards and forwards, and they'll bring it to our attention if something is not right. But we want to know beforehand, obviously, So I can work on that, but it's a big endeavor. Give me time and I'll do that. But as far as the limits, again, that's up to you guys. Whether it's a per purchase limit or a balance limit, that's up to you.
The other thing is if we can direct staff or somebody to look into other policies with other municipalities who have their mayor or elected officials using a credit card so that we can tailor our policy in kind of the same way. Because we changed our policy, but it's still vague. We need it to be tailored to elected officials because we're a total different body than are any of the employees, directors, or anybody else that works for the city.
I agree.
Okay, Councilman Doyle.
Well, I voted for the cards, but personally, I already got my new card, and I don't think it's got better limits than the city. So it doesn't. In other words, the 500 limit right now doesn't help you at all on if you go and rent a room or you go and check in on a 2-3 day stay where they're gonna want more, and so basically it's something that I guess we're gonna have to work on, why or not, like Mr. Councilman Gradius said, to get ideas from other maybe communities and whatnot, see and then talk about putting together something for the card that'll work for the councilmen that want to have it. I think I'd rather put my load on Letty and let her continue to do what she does on helping us get the things that we do when we're traveling and whatnot, without having to worry about losing or misplacing the card or getting it abused by someone else. It's a lot of responsibility in that sense. So, yeah, I don't think I'm going to apply after all. I already got what I need. So, thank you anyway.
And anybody else? Right.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, sir.
Really quick want to say, so Gene can cut a check within 3 hours. If you know there's a quick trip or something, we could probably get a check cut within 3 hours. If you come in with something at 4 o'clock, I'm not going to make her stay till 7 to cut that check. But if you can get it by noon, we can guarantee we'll have it to you by 3 or 4 that day for those quick trips. Mm-hmm. Sometimes there's even quicker trips, and that's the time maybe you're going to use your own credit card or the credit card, and you'll get reimbursed. And once you bring those receipts in, we can cut that check as soon as we can.
Well, then I'd rather borrow yours.
No, you're not borrowing mine.
Thank you, Mr. Dickey. So, but, anything else said? It's, and then, like Mr. Dickey said, it was created more, on agreement with, finance and our city manager, and it was spontaneous trips. Those meetings that are called, and that one has to show. I think it's I know it's the people's money, but it's like I've talked deeply with Mr. Machado, and it's something it's got to be city related business. I understand that. Thank you. We'll move on. Discussion, direction, and possible action on conducting a full audit and investigation of all expenditures made by Mayor J. Maldonado, Mayor's office, and a detailed report of the findings of covering the time between preparation and for mayoral inauguration to the present. Councilman Bonillas.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to just start my statement that don't want to cooperate.
You want mine?
I would just start by saying that this issue arose out of last month's meeting towards the end when Mayor Maldonado directed our finance director to explain away his high expenditures. I have never seen this, this explaining away of high expenditures. I don't have any issues with mayor or council using their budget in a wise way. I did find it kind of odd that why would the finance director would have to explain away high expenditures. So I just wanted to have peace of mind. I think that I just want to read this little statement or long statement, however you want to see it. And my journey began when I started asking for the mayor's expenditures. I found out that he had a credit card, and there was a policy before we got the new one. There was a policy where as council, it had to be brought to us, and we should have been voted on this, but we weren't informed. It's only because I went and started looking, and I saw some of the expenditures with a credit card. I asked if the mayor had a credit card, and according to the city manager, the mayor was issued a city credit card on January 10th, 2023. That in itself was a violation of order that has been in place since July of 2013, order number 2013-07-068. And from there on, I can go into straight details here, but there's some violations. I think they're violations of per diem procurement process under the accounting manual. There is stuff in there that I need some explanation. I've asked Mr. Dickey, I've asked the finance director, and because if we look at what's in place already, we have documentation or supporting documentation that's not there, and that is the issue that I have. Mayor can spend whatever money he wants to spend, but it's how it's being spent, and I think that a lot of these expenditures are questionable. So I would like, and I really hope, Mayor, that everything comes out. I am moving for an audit, just in transparency, Mayor. You've said publicly that you have nothing to worry about, and so with that said, I would like to move forward with an audit and just making sure that the way the money is being spent or has been spent, that everything is okay. If there's nothing there, Mayor, then there's nothing there. But I have concerns. I personally, I don't know any council members that may, because you all guys have the same information I have. But I've seen it, I've gone through it, and there are issues with some restaurant receipts and whatnot. I don't want to go into it right now. I think that whoever has this information can, make up their own decision. But I am moving. I asked for mayor and council for their support for all this information for an audit by an outside entity.
Councilman Gradias.
I think that the city manager has already moved or stated that he would move ahead with said audit, so I don't think it's an issue we need to vote on because it's already going to be done, or am I mistaken?
It's already going to be done, but I think what Councilmember Bonilla is asking for is for support from council to stamp this audit. But I'm going to include, instead of just the mayor.
Mr. Dickey, can you speak up a little bit?
Yeah,
move up like that.
I'm gonna recommend that you include not just the mayor's card, but all city cards.
That's fine. That's fine.
Councilwoman Montiel.
So, Mr. Dickey, just to be clear, so you're saying that an audit is taking place or will take place. Is that the regular yearly audit that the city has?
No, this would be just a audit just for this, just for the.
Oh, so you already hired
They will, when the audit does come, there will be an audit that will include the cards. But
I
we're
know
thinking
that.
of
You're
doing
talking about the
something-
regular audit.
Yeah, we'd
audit
like-
that Okay, let's be specific. You already hired a company or someone to audit?
Nope. I haven't hired anyone to
So
audit.
are we here to approve that tonight? You said you already did it, so we don't have to approve it.
No, I was going to do it, regardless of what you guys decided.
Oh, so that's different. So
Yeah.
you're waiting for us to vote on it.
I'm letting you guys have the opportunity.
Okay, I
To approve
mixed
an
up.
audit.
Can you clarify it? Yeah, Mr. Machado, can you please, yeah, we
I
are.
think the indication I got in conversations here, because of certain questions that have been raised, an audit is going to be requested by an outside firm regarding the credit card expenditures. However, to make it fair, they were going to do all the expenditures. So when the,
And not only for credit card, all the expenditures
no,
also.
credit card expenditures, that's what it was limited to. Okay. Now, as I understand it, based on what you're saying, your motion is a support motion that the council support this decision, but the management decision has already been made.
Well, to clarify, Mr. Machado, there are expenditures here that were not done by a credit card, but were reimbursed to Mayor Maldonado, and that's what I'm asking also for, just for all of his expenditures to be audited, not just the credit card expenditures. Is that okay, or is that not okay, or?
That's okay, but that's a management decision.
Okay.
Fine.
Good. Mr. Dickey,
Mr. Doyle has a question.
go ahead. Mr. Doyle, go ahead before I talk.
Okay, no. There you go.
This doesn't want to work.
I'm okay. I'm a little confused here with all this auditing as far as it goes with all expenditures. Aren't all expenditures approved by maybe finance, and I don't know, maybe some by you as city manager, or who's the one that does the approvals? Like, say the mayor spends something, and who's approving it? Because I mean, the expenses go through to finance, and I'm sure finance would have jumped a long time ago and said something if something was out of order.
If it's not a credit card expense, we go through, we do the, what do you call it? The PO and all that. Eventually, credit card, PO, the PO goes through some authorization signatures after they see the receipts and all that. And, credit card, the same. Now we're doing a, checklist with the Wells Fargo to the charges, everything that has and will be done, has been done in the past and will be done in the future, goes through this process. It's open. It's open. And go ahead, and Mr. Machado.
But there's the clarification, and I think the city manager made it previously, and I'm not sure if Gene did too, but once the expenditures are made, then all they okay is the payment of that obligation. An audit, or either the yearly audit or any other audit that is conducted, will determine whether that was a proper expenditure or not. If it was not, then that's something that's going to be addressed separately. Reimbursement or whatever. But the legal obligation when the credit card is given, that's a legal obligation. The city card is given for payment. We've got to pay that. But whether or not that was proper is going to be addressed at an audit, which we have yearly. But in this case, as I understand it, in all fairness to finance, there's questions that have been raised, and she's under a duty at this point to resolve those issues. And that's why the audit was being discussed.
No, audits are good. That's okay.
I hope that makes sense.
I believe this, from what the audit that was spoken about earlier, will encompass all expenses, not just credit card expenses, because we had a time frame where we didn't have a policy, then we created a policy. So we just want to make sure everything is on the up and up, and that's it. Simple. Correct? Mr. Dickey?
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Machado, as far as question Mr. Councilman Doyle raised. Who holds us accountable as elected officials?
Well, see,
Who's our boss? Do we have a boss?
well, you see, that's the problem and why it's unfair to expect the staff to approve your expenditures because they don't work, you don't work for them. It's the other way around, okay? So the only ones who can hold yourself accountable is the council. Now, just let's give you an example. Let's say the yearly audit comes in and let's say that, Mr. Bonilla, on your credit card, you've got expenditures that are not allowable in the sum of $200, okay? Then at that point, the decision is going to have to be made. Is the city going to recover that amount of money? Was it done properly? Are you going to pay it back? Or what's the council going to do regarding that sanction or that payment? That's really, that's a decision and something within discretion of the council. The staff can't tell you guys, you owe this much amount of money, you pay it, or I'm going to fire you.
Well, okay, it's just that it gives off that vibe that just said it. We're not. There's no safety valve right now. If we are given, if we get advice, whether it be from finance or legal or the city manager, and they tell us, I don't think it's a good idea to be carrying a credit card, and it's done by 3 different people, or 2 or 3 or whatever, and we still go ahead just because we can do whatever we want.
No, we can't. You're wrong there.
Well, now we're gonna approve everything after the fact,
Right.
and I think that the role of a city manager and legal and even the finance director should be that little voice there saying, I don't think you should do it. But can we do it? Well, obviously we can, but I just think overall, and I understand you guys can't tell us what to do. That is, I understand that perfectly. What I don't like is not what, just because you can't tell us doesn't mean we have to go forward and doing it. It just, I don't know. The constituents don't feel very uneasy with any elected official having any form of credit card, whether you call it P card or credit card, it doesn't matter. We signed up for this job at $25. Mayor gets $50, and that's it. That's it. Well, it's $23 after the fact, but we have per diems. We have different policies in here that, like, as Councilman Gardias has pointed out, that will protect us. But I just think that going down this route, and that's why I'm asking for an audit, is because I feel that there's some things here that cannot be explained away by staff. That is all.
Okay.
I don't have a CPA or I don't think any of us here have that. So I want someone on the outside to be looking at this and saying everything's good, or these are our concerns, or I don't see anything wrong with that.
I think an audit is going to be conducted just because of the duty now that's been imposed on these two. I don't mean that with any disrespect, but they have a duty now because of all the issues that have been brought up. But as far as what happens after that audit, that's entirely something that the council's going to have to determine. And the charter says that you're subject to certain sanctions, but it doesn't say what those sanctions are. I'm going to look at, as Councilman Gradius indicated, to see what other cities, how they handle this, what kind of prohibitions they have, what kind of sanctions they have. I'll bring all that information back, but it is a determination that this council's going to have to make.
So at this point, do we since we already know that there's
It's already been said, Mr.
do we vote or
Mr.
not?
Bonilla. It's already been said. It's
Mr.
going to
Mayor?
be done.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, sir.
so what I'm going to do is just limit to credit cards. Okay, if you guys want to make another motion to include something else, that's up to you.
Well, my audit
I'm-
was, well, my motion, my
That's fine.
item.
I'm just talking administratively on my end. I'm just giving you guys a heads up. We are going to look at credit cards, all of them. Okay, probably within the last year or whatever. Okay, and just make sure we are all up on the
Well,
ball.
I am asking an audit for the full
Okay.
expenditures.
Okay.
That's what's on there
That's-
originally. So if you want to do an audit just on credit card, that's fine.
But that's fine. If council directs me to do that, I can do that. I'm just telling you what I'm going to do regardless. And then the other thing, I just want to personally, I just need to let council know. I've worked for a few cities. Of all of them, only one elected official had a credit card, and that was a mayor. And he had it, and he ended up giving it back because he just didn't want the public perception. And that's what I recommend, and staff recommends, that elected officials do not have a credit card. The reason I signed off and let him have a credit card, and I know I'm going there, and you weren't going to bring this up, but is because the circumstances of him, it's a little bit different. He's doing a lot of outreach, and he leaves all of a sudden, but whatever the reason is, that's what he's got a card. But I recommend to him again, probably I wouldn't have a card if I was an elected official, because even though you're on the up and up, this is where we're at. We're here now because of this, unfortunately. Regardless if it's right or wrong, this is where we go. And that's why I think in all the other cities and that's why people, the elected officials try to stay away from it. Even though they're all in the best interest, they're on the up and up, the perception is going to be he has a card. Every little thing is going to be critiqued. And now you guys, when you go through them, how are you guys going to critique this? Why'd you do this? You could have got this for this. You should have gone. You should have shopped at this place. You should have stayed at this hotel. I mean, anyways, that's why I recommend that they don't. And I think all staff, that's our recommendation, just because we kind of saw this coming. Because I've been around long enough. John's been here a long time, but I've been in other cities. This is just always a topic. And it's just, this is where it is. And I know Jorge's all good intentions. He really wants to get out there, and he is. He's working his butt off out there, trying to get us out there and stuff. And so I don't know. That's why I'm just saying, we can cut a check. If we know you're going within 3 or 4 hours, you get us something by noon, we'll make sure we cut that check. But I just needed to say that. That's my recommendation, but I'm not the boss. And then also with my staff, I can't hold them accountable. If I get a pornography, if someone went, or something, yeah, I'm sorry. But if something like that, I can take care of that. I can say, hey, take your card or whatever, you know what I mean, and pay that back. Okay, but on your level and that, you guys need to look and see if it's something you feel was right. But you yourself too, and I think Jorge knows this, and I think he's going through this. He's going to be probably more careful with little things, because sometimes it's all a judgment thing. And should this be part of it? No, maybe not. But anyway, that's all I'm trying to say is that I see the reason. I see why he feels like he needs one, but at the same time, I probably wouldn't go there. And we've had this discussion before, so it's nothing new.
Councilman Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to shed a different light on it seems to be going to hues of negativism about the mayor having a credit card. I didn't when I was, but I had my vice mayor, which was Mayor Maldonado, and a lot of times he provided, services that came out of his pocket for lobbying for the city of Nogales, especially I recollect a few times with the Tohono O'odham Nation. He would take them out to eat. He would also, he ended up working with their food bank, supplying out of his pocket bobtails full of produce for their food bank. And in return, they always gave us favor. And when we put in our applications for the money they give out from their casinos, we were never denied. And they would come and watch the games here. They saw our fields, and they would even say, "Hey, you need a new this, you need a new that. You ought to apply so that we can provide some funds for you guys." And it was because it's a working relationship. We have a great lobbyist here. He was better than I was as far as going out and more charisma. People liked him instantly, but he followed through. I mean, he provided. And in return, they had a way of blessing our city, our community, with funds that we didn't have to pay back. And I'm talking about in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. But when he made those investments, I don't know how much he spent, but I'm sure bobtails full of produce don't come cheap. But yet, he provided that out of his pocket. I provided other things. But all it was, we were trying to raise and bring more money to our community here in Nogales. So when Mayor Maldonado is out there and he's representing the city and he takes somebody out to eat, it's because we're going to benefit one way or another. And those are the things that we also need to look at, not just, you spent more than you should have. But it depends who you take out. If you're taking out a congressional figure, you're taking out somebody in the legislature that's going to help us in things like the IOI or other projects that we have. You got to take those things in consideration because those are things that are going to benefit the community, good relationships. I just wanted to say that. Thank you, Mayor.
My agenda item, just Mr. Machado, is because I think we're going off a little off the agenda item.
You're the one that brought it up.
Yeah, it says discussion, direction, and possible action to conduct a full audit and investigation of all expenditures made by Mayor Jorge Maldonado. I didn't ask specifically for just a credit card audit. I'm asking for all, and so that's why I'm asking for clarification.
Okay. I understand your motion, and Councilor Gradillas asked if it was necessary in view of the audit that was going to be given. I believe that the duty that has arisen based on the information that our finance director has and her obligations as a finance director and her ethical code that she goes by and professional code, I think that includes everything. I think it includes.
Well, it's because Mr. Dickey said only credit cards, that's why.
And so my clarification was, I didn't think it was necessary, so therefore it would have been just a show of support if the council wanted to give it. I don't think it was going to affect what the managerial decision had been made.
All right, then let's move forward then.
Councilman Gradillas.
I would recommend that we go forward with a full audit of all of our expenses from the beginning to when we implemented the new policy. I've had concerns from staff regarding some of the purchases. They have not approved, only approved that the city's going to pay for them, not that they're in agreement with what was made. So I just want to make sure we clarify that. So not only the credit card, if you can make a managerial decision or we'll vote on it, but I think you should cover all the concerns because I know the staff has concerns regarding some of the other issues, not just the card purchases.
Okay, Councilwoman Montiel?
Just very quickly, I'm glad to hear what you just said, that staff is also having concerns about your spending, Mayor Maldonado. So given that information, I think I agree that we should have an audit, but what I would like to include, Mr. Dickey, is that you also include the water department and the sewer department. Now that we're going to pay, taxpayers are going to pay a lot of money for this audit. I'm sure it's not cheap. And so that you include those departments too, which are under finance, please. And we could vote on it to also include the water and the sewer. I know, but we're going to.
Are you moving to amend that motion?
Yes, I am moving to amend it.
Okay, is there a second to amend that motion? Okay, now you vote on the amendment.
Any discussion? Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Right, so now it's
All a-
Mr. Bonias's
all
motion
against?
as amended. Somebody I think you seconded that, Mr. Bonias's motion. And then, as amended by Mrs. Montiel's motion, that's up for vote now.
See, wait, I'm getting confused.
Okay.
Right now, we are gonna vote on Mr. Bonilla's.
Yes, Mr. Bonias wanted the credit card expenditures, all expenditures.
Uh-huh.
And then Mrs. Montiel amended that to include the expenditure, credit card expenditures of everybody else.
No,
Everything?
No.
no.
Water and sewer.
The water and sewer.
Well, they have, I thought it was departmental credit cards that you want.
No. Because what we're, I'm glad Mrs. Melendez is clarifying it. So I'm just sort of adding to this audit, because we're going to go out and hire someone to come and audit, okay? And it's not cheap. So what I want to add to that responsibility is to audit the water and the sewer
But
billings.
even though no one's questioned those at this,
I know, but we did in the past, if you recall. Yeah. Why not just audit it? I mean, we're going to pay, and, I'm going to put it, eventually I'm going to put it on the agenda anyways to audit those departments. So we don't have to do it now, but we could do it later.
Yeah.
Whatever you wish, whatever you recommend to do. I mean, I don't want the public to pay 2 times for an auditor to come and audit.
well, then that's okay.
Yeah, it's just, it's
Yeah.
saving the public monies. Yeah. And that's what we're talking about.
Councilman Gradius?
Just to clarify, the scope of this audit is January 1 to when the new policy took effect, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. So then we are, I'm sorry. So we are gonna vote for,
On Mr. Bonias's motion, and then
as
later
stated
on,
here,
yes,
no additions.
no additions. And
Okay.
then later on, we're gonna determine.
So
Okay,
is that with and without the other credit cards? No, I don't,
no.
No.
okay.
I didn't.
I got it.
Yeah.
Oh,
There aren't any
Mr.
at this point.
Mr.
That's what I'm
Dick-
saying. So we're
Mr.
going,
Dickey, mentioned that he was going to
Well,
audit all credit cards.
oh, yeah, and it was
So-
limited to the credit cards.
So
That's-
does that motion need to be amended?
Well,
No.
no, I don't want all the credit. That, the whole thing of auditing all the credit cards was, Mr.
Dickey's.
Dickey's.
But that would include what you're,
Because that would include
The audit.
everyone.
Does the
So I
motion
think
have
what
to
you
change?
motion, Councilwoman Montiel, I think that includes that in there.
Uh-huh.
if Ms. Montiel will withdraw her motion, then we'll just vote on your motion.
Yeah.
I got a
Is
question.
that fine? Okay.
What is this going to cost us?
Well, that's what I was just going to ask. Probably not very much.
Motion, do I have to withdraw my second?
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
say yes.
Give me a headache, man. If you both do it, clean it up, withdraw your motion, second, and we vote
You
on
withdrawing your
Mr. Bonias's motion.
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, real quick, Jane, will you come to the podium for a minute? And we may not have the answer, but we've talked about this last couple days, and I know she's reached out to a couple private firms to see if they'd be interested or not. I don't know if in those discussions, was there any cost estimate?
Not yet. Since we didn't know exactly what we were going to have them do, depending on just a credit card and all expenses. I had one already reach out to me this evening, and he wants to meet with us tomorrow to go over that. So we should have a quote from him in the next 24 hours.
We don't have tons of credit cards.
Ballpark? Do you have any idea, like a ballpark figure or anything?
I don't even want to throw out a number. I mean, I can tell you how much our entire city audit is annually, and that runs us about 70,000. And that's to do every credit card, every expense. We blink an eye and they check it. That's our annual one. So this would be less than 70,000.
When was that audit done? And
We're completing it right now. And that's for fiscal year 22.
And that'll include all the city credit cards.
Just that's the one we get with the whole 5 booklets or 4 or something like that.
Is all for 2022.
Okay.
So there is that going on. Honestly, I don't see a huge cost just for credit cards, even if it's all our credit cards, because we only have 12. We don't have very many at all. That's and especially if it's from January to now, it's really probably not going to be much. Hopefully they'll even do
Yeah, it's only for 3 months.
because hopefully they'll do it for us, because it's really not going to be much money just for that.
Councilman Doyle?
So what's the cost for this audit going to be?
They don't
know yet.
You don't know yet.
No.
No, not for the credit cards, but the annual audit is $70,000 for 2022.
That includes already the credit cards?
The city credit cards, not the mayor's, will be in that audit. That's for 2022,
Well,
not even
we saved some money
2020.
and put him on there.
The audit that is being completed now is for fiscal year 22, and the mayor's office did not have a credit card in fiscal year 22. So that's the question.
So we're voting for another audit.
Okay. I don't know why these aren't working. I wanted to include all the credit cards. I didn't want to just single out the mayor's credit card. That's why I thought if we're going to do this, let's just do all of them. All the rest are being audited. They're going to be part of this audit that we will see in a few months, and you guys will approve the audit. Those will be in there for 2022, but not everything from January 1st.
Well, still, now we're looking at a different cost. That if we're going to be doing audits, I think the ones you're doing, we should do the ones up to the time that time span that wasn't audited, and maybe we should include everything like I don't know, water, sewer, and the mayor. That way, it's all one audit.
Or water and sewer should be part of that audit or not? Is that
Yes.
it's already in the audit?
The annual audit is all our financials, everything.
Everything's in.
So the whole discussion, going back to A, Mr. Bonilla, Councilmember Bonilla wanted to do an audit of all the mayor's expenses from January 1st till now.
But yet we don't know the cost.
What's that?
We don't know the cost.
No, we don't know the cost.
Well, I'd like, before I vote, I'd like to know what the cost is going to be.
That's fine.
So we figured, let's find the cost and then on.
But the cost is at this point, it's irrelevant because we speak.
Mr. Bonilla,
Well,
the cost makes a difference.
Let me push back on that because we talk about being transparent.
Yes.
So if you're putting a price on transparency, then I really have an issue with that.
But
So
why?
whatever,
Please, Mr. Bonilla, please.
whatever it may cost,
Don't need to yell, please.
no one's yelling.
Yes, you are.
I'm pointing out a fact that now,
Bonilla.
so now you are, I have the floor, Mayor.
No.
Thank you.
I keep the floor. Sorry. Mr. Rodriguez, there's no reason, we're talking about transparency. I got no issues, but we cannot vote. I'm not going to vote on something that I don't have a price on. Okay? Let's put it for a vote.
Let's put it for a vote.
Okay.
And regardless of the outcome for the vote, I'm informing mayor and council that I will be walking this personally to the AG's office. So
No problem.
I don't care about the.
Thank you.
Before we go there, let me remind you that I think this audit is going to happen, this very limited audit is going to happen just because of the duty that this discussion and everything leading up to this has imposed on our finance director. This audit is going to be done.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you going to return the credit card?
No, because I'm not gonna pay out of my pocket, take away from my family for city business.
But I just heard Mr. Doyle saying that in the past, you used your credit card for paying for different, taking other people.
Well, he
for-
might have had a different financial situation, and might be different now. The thing is that, why should we be paying? If he did it out of his own free will. I didn't force him. And now the situation changes for everyone from year to year. But the thing is that right now, spending on another audit without knowing what the cost is something that comes into play. And that's what, right now, if we're going to vote on this, then I want a roll call vote. And we can start with Mr. Bonillas because it's his.
Aye.
Hold on,
Well, you call it.
hold on, sir. Mr. Gradius.
Before we vote, I think we're going off in
Yes, sir.
different directions. We already have an annual audit that happens. That's not a concern. It's going to get done. It's being done. So everybody's credit cards and expenses are going to be explored. The issue here, there's concerns from finance that some issues may have arose out of the current spending from January 1 to when the new policy was established, not just credit cards, all spending. So the scope of your audit should be all our expenses, include me. We've bought shirts, we've traveled, make sure we're all doing the right thing, the right place. And that'll save us a lot of money because it's limited in scope and it's limited in time. And that'll clear everything off, all these questions we have.
The only thing I want to clear up, Mr. Gradius, is, we're gonna vote on something. I got nothing against the audit, but let's find out what it's gonna cost. That's the only thing I question, and I'm not sure who agrees.
Mayor?
Go ahead, sir.
The other thing is that will come into play is that we should wait until we have a report on this audit that's being done. That gives us a little more information on how to go about this audit. And then we can discuss it with being better informed.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Can I suggest something? Perhaps, Mr. Bonilla, if you would withdraw your motion. There's already been an indication that the audit is going to be done, and it's going to include the items that you requested, along with everybody else, so as not to single anybody, and that should put it to rest.
Absolutely. I withdraw my motion.
What we'll do is staff, we'll get a quote and we'll let you know.
Thank you, sir.
It's going to be,
Thank you for
we'll let you
clarifying,
know what
Mr.
the scope
Mattel.
is.
All good with that? Thank you. Move to the next presentation, item 8, presentation of light costs, Vice Mayor and myself.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I noticed one night that I was driving home, I saw some lights up on the hill, and I didn't know what was going on. And the next day, I went and talked to Mr. Dickey and asked him if he could accompany me and Ms. Travers up to in the back of the Public Works building, so they could show me the lighting system that I had set up, and that so. Ms. Travers also called in her, electrician, and he explained to us that the lighting, that it was a solar lighting system that was very minimal in cost, and it was very effective. So I asked them, could this be done at other places like like on White Park Drive, all the way up to the Oasis Cinema. And she says, yeah, as a matter of fact, we're kind of looking into that. So we went up there, and they explained to us that that lighting system was really low cost, and it's also can be monitored with a timer. So I say, I told Mayor Maldonado, maybe we should move in that direction and start lighting up the city in places that we think, that are too dark for the residents, and see what, if they could do a little bit of research and let us know how much the cost would be to, first to start with that one road, White Park. So I know that the park up there on Hohokam is already lighted, and she gave us a good report on that, and so we're interested in see what the cost would be to do that White Park Street.
Okay, yes, and Ms. Travers, did you have a little bit of information on the cost? I know we talked about it, and besides that, I know we're looking at maybe lighting up other streets and stuff like that down the future, but you were going to look into the posts and the lighting.
Good evening,
Thank
Mayor
you.
and Council. I'll make this quick. I know I brought what we paid for the park and Meadow Hills and the dog park. And we also have one at the skate park. So at Hohokam Sky Park, it was paid through an ARPA grant that we got from the state. The poles, the conduit, the concrete materials were approximately $8,423.40. The lights themselves, they are 2,500 watt lights or brighter that we used in the park because it is a soccer field. Those were 7,601, and that was for a total of 20 lights. And then it took approximately 200 staff hours to get that completed. So we kept that park under 20,000. That's what we received from the state for the ARPA grant.
That's 20 lights and 20 posts.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Actually, no, there's a couple posts that have 2 lights on them to hit different angles. So there's, I think, 18 posts.
Okay.
But then at Meadow Hills in the dog park, we did use a lower voltage, same type of posts. Those are 1,200 watt lights. And as you mentioned, Vice Mayor Bojorquez, they are on timers. They'll shut off automatically, but while we set the hours, whether it's 3, 5, or 7 hours of light, they are also motion detected. So they are dimmer when there's no one in the park, and as people are walking through, they brighten up. The 1,200 watt lights were approximately $149 each. And then these are the street poles I would probably recommend for street lights, just because they are taller poles. These are 25-foot poles. The other ones are 20-foot poles. And each pole here, this is the one that we have up at the street park, it's approximately $1,716. And this pole has the 1,200 watt lights on it.
My only question on those, Ms. Travers, would be, Mr. Guerra, is there anything on limitation, low or high, on the streetlights that we need to know before we say one size and then it's not acceptable?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Yes, that is for the street light needs to be at least 25, 30 feet high, no less than that. And then the other thing is also checking how intense is the light, because we have a neighborhood close to that area, so we need to be careful with that. The other thing is that the quality of the posts used here are not good quality posts for a street light. Needs to be more expensive, I think, than just a simple tube or something.
Okay. So you guys talk about, what can be used, what can't be used, and let's see if, that's what we could use, find out the correct, material post, height and everything. If you, Mr. Dickey, just, I don't want to hear that I'm giving direction, but I think it's just,
From here.
talking about, getting things, working together and getting things done the right way. Yes, sir, Mr.
Something else that I want to add is that White Park and that area around Home Depot needs to be brought to Mayor and Council for final acceptance. When that road was done, was never accepted by the city, so it needs to be accepted by the city first.
So that's not a city road?
The developer never completed the punch list at that time.
We have a Oasis 2. We have a development agreement for Oasis 2, which is where I think you're talking about, Hector. Is that past Walmart going up the hill? Yeah, it's called Oasis 2. So there's lots of questions right now concerning Oasis 2. It was temporary CFOs given to some buildings up there until the development was completed. I'm not sure it was totally completed. We need to revisit that issue before we move forward, Vice Mayor, on putting up lights. But we can move forward on costing out the appropriate lights and light poles to be used on city streets. So we can move forward on getting those cost estimates together. But exactly where we're going to put them, that might be a little bit more of a challenge, but we will research it and bring it back to council.
Councilman Gradius?
Can you also bring back to us a cost analysis of maintenance and replacement and the shelf life? How long are these lights good for, and how often are we going to be making this expense?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Councilman Bonilla?
I remember when I used to be the kitchen manager for Hometown Buffet, there were some lights that were facing the street, and for some reason we can turn those lights on and off from the restaurant. So I guess that was the issue, because the street was not ever dedicated. But I do remember that we, on our timer, Hometown Buffet could turn on and off those lights. And the bad part was when 10 o'clock rolled around, well, they turned off not only the lights from the parking lot, they turned off the lights that were not on the street, but they were closer to the street. So it didn't help any at all, because once everything went out on that area. So yeah, like Councilman Garcia says, if we can have some type of cost analysis, service and all that, because I guess every 5 years we're going to have to switching out those batteries, right?
No.
What staff's planning on doing is reaching out to companies that provide solar street lights, so we can get in a proposals, right? So we can present in front of Mayor and Council what street light would cost and answer all the questions. I know what Renee's doing here is purchasing herself to put up. But it's different when you're putting it on a travel streetway.
Is
So
the light?
We'll get to those.
Is the street light much brighter than the 2,500 watt that you guys
So
installed?
I think there's all different kinds, Councilman. So I'm not the expert on it, and I think it would be in our best interest as the city and the council to bring some proposals forward from people who do this for a living, who make streetlights and install them that are capable to be on the street, not, in the park. I think they're different.
Okay.
Thank you. Anybody else? So we'll work on getting the right materials and everything and just bring it out to the council. Mr. Vice Mayor, are you okay with it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just want to apologize to Juan. He was there too. I didn't mention him.
Thank you. Next item, I think we'll table item I, as I don't think the evaluation will be necessary. Well, not table, remove it. As we heard that Mr. Dickey has made other plans to take a job on it somewhere else. Mr. Dickey, want to make any comment?
Mr. Mayor, if
Yes.
you don't mind, if you guys have those forms, I would appreciate an evaluation, and maybe just give it to Carmen and she can put them in an envelope for me, so it's something I can use to better myself.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a comment. Mr. Dickey, I was reading the reason you gave for leaving. I'm sorry, I would not accept that reason because you're not leaving because they gave you a better opportunity. We never gave you an opportunity as a city manager, and that's the reality. I'm sorry. Thank you for all the work you did for the city. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Dickey has requested that we give him a evaluation and just give it to him. I've got no problem with that. You know, we okay with that, Joe? Just
To do an evaluation?
well, he wants to know where he was at, I guess.
That's what you want.
I wouldn't mind. But they don't,
And it, you know,
but
it'll be
you guys don't have to.
given to him. Or,
But it's just something I could use for my own personal growth.
what do you guys think?
That's fine, you don't need a council action for that. Whoever wants to do it.
Okay. All right. You know, council, go ahead and do it on your own and give it to him, talk to him. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Dickey. Item number 9, general approval and evaluation form for city attorney, city magistrate, and city clerk. Councilman Gradias.
Haven't received the form, but I have requested that we get an evaluation so that we can follow through as we were going to do with the city manager for all the people that fall under our direction. I think it's only fair that they know where they stand and identify any issues we might have early on so that they can more readily be able to perform their duties. So if I asked about the form that was used for the city manager, they told me it had to be a little different. So I don't know who's tasked
In
with
your
those.
packet?
We have the forms?
They're in your packet.
Yes.
Then I move that we move forward with these evaluation forms and adopt them.
So everybody see their forms? Mr. Bonilla, second. Have you guys seen the forms? Now, this to approve all these forms? Okay. Yes, sir, Councilman Doyle.
Generic form, because we have 3 different positions here. Our city clerk, totally different than from attorney's office. Maybe the attorney's office is a little similar to our court, but still, he would probably have to kind of let us know what we're looking for in the court system. So I don't know how is that form going to work for all 3?
They're not all the same.
Oh, they're different? Yeah. Oh, okay.
They're tailored for each position.
They're the same format as the city managers, but they're all for each position.
Oh, so they're tailor-made for each position.
They're all similar in look.
Okay, thank you.
So there was a first motion, there was a second to approve these forms. All in favor?
All right.
All right. All against? Opposed? Motion passes. Next item, orders. Consideration, possible action of order 2023-04-015, an order of the Council of the City of Nogales, Arizona, authorizing the purchase of generators for the water wells, water pumps, and booster stations for the Portero well field for the water department. Any discussion? All in favor? All right. All opposed? Motion passes. Order B, consideration possible action of order 2023-04-016, an order for the council of the city of Nogales, Arizona, authorizing the purchase of generators for the water wells, water pumps, and booster stations in the Santa Cruz River well field for the water department. Second. All in favor? Motion passes. Order C, consideration and possible action of Order 2023-04-017, an order of the councils of the city of Nogales, Arizona, authorizing the purchase of one generator for City Hall and Fire Department. Second. I got a discussion on this. Basically is, do we have anything, we just used ours during the shutdown. Is this more for the fire department or is it to replace the one that we already have?
It's to replace the one that's there now.
Okay, do you know?
It only turns on when the electricity goes out. But it does turn on every week to test it. But that's the purpose of it, is to have a backup generator to power City Hall and the fire department in case of a loss.
The one that we have only turns on City Hall, this building?
Do fire? I'm not sure if it does fire, but the new one will do both. It does do fire, doesn't it?
Change the lights in the fire department.
Yes.
Nothing else. Really limited what they have there. And for this building, it's only the basic services, no air conditioning, no heating, no nothing. For this, the generator that we have is more than 20 years old.
Okay, is there a plan for the generator to go somewhere else or?
The old one?
Yeah.
Probably, I believe, we haven't started that.
We don't have plans yet with it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
We're open to suggestions.
And, I didn't think about, I know they're back here.
Mr. Mayor.
This, this one, we're talking $298,000. Everybody good with that?
Well, I have a question, Mayor.
Where's the funds coming from? Is that your question? A general fund.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, these were budget in the last budget approval. So the money has been approved and it's in the budget. We just need to ask permission to execute that purchase.
Yes.
I know it was approved already in the last budget, but from what I understand, this generator, not only is it old, it's under capacity for what we need. Okay.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Mr. Barcenas, you said that this generator that we have right now only services for basic use, not for AC and stuff like that?
The generator that we have right now for City Hall only provides lighting, is not providing for any heating or cooling, the air conditioning, and things like that. We had in an occasion, we have a situation where the air conditioning was not working, so people had to go home because it was during the summertime and they couldn't be here. So, and again, the generator is more than 20 years old. And I was told, I haven't seen the actual date of that, but I was told that the motor for that generator is a Chevy, 1990s Chevy motor. So that's what it moves, that generator.
And does this generator cover the police department, the bottom part?
The police department has a different one for 911 because it's totally different requirement. So for the building, the operation of the building in general, that's the generator that we're asking for.
Yeah, because that was my concern. We have safety issues, regarding the police department. So,
Councilman, Vice Mayor, the police department has dual backups, so the generator operates the plugs and everything, but the 911 is not only by the generator, but it has a dual backup with a battery power pack that'll operate 911 also. So there's lots of layers of
Backup.
security for these types of things. But typically when our lights go out, it's not for a very long time. And so we're able to either use battery backup or generated power.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, any more discussion? Well, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? I have it. D, consideration possible action of order 2023-04-018, an order of the City Council of the City of Nogales, Arizona, authorizing the city manager to enter into a professional contracting agreement contract for the LED retrofit and control link at Pleasure Field 1. So moved and second, any discussion? This is what we talked about last. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? And this is ARPA money. Okay. Item E, consideration and possible action on order 2023-04-019, an order of the Council of the City of Nogales, Arizona, authorizing the city manager to enter into a professional contracting agreement contract for the LED retrofit and control link at 30 Field. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Item F, consideration and possible action of order 2023-04-020, an order of the Council of the City of Nogales, Arizona, authorizing the city manager to enter into a professional contracting agreement contract for the remodel and construction of 8 DA compliant bathrooms at Ansa Park. Second, Mr. Gradius, any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 11, Mayor and Council's report on current events. Mr. Bonillas, would you please start?
Well, it was actually today that we had a little ceremony as far as us, Vice Mayor Bojarques was here too, where we handed out the bullet vests that we approved to donate. There's quite a lot of police officers that were very happy, and they asked me to tell you, Mayor and council members, that thank you very much for approving that donation.
Thank you. Councilman Doyle?
Well, we went to the State of the State International with the governor. Fortunate to accompany you, Mayor, and it was a good outing. We're able to network with a lot of people over there after the governor left, and even before. So it was a nice outing. And the other thing, for all the ones that went to D.C., that conference of the National League of Cities and Towns, a lot of networking there. And again, I miss getting all that information these years that I haven't been here with the classes that they have on their schedules. And so it was very productive, informative, and again, making new contacts. And of course, visiting our our congressional figures over there. It was very nice to see one new office that or official that's holding office over there, Juan Ciscomani, very good friend of the community also, and so we're glad to see him and Congressman Grijalva and our two senators. So I felt that it was a very productive trip. And the other thing that I enjoyed going and joining the Little League ceremonies and watching the little toddlers play right after the ceremonies with the T-ball. I mean, when you see 3-year-olds that amaze you the way they run the bases and catch the ball and throw it, you're thinking, what are they putting on these kids nowadays? You know, they're all geared up. They look like they're a regular 5, 6, 7-year-old, you know, out there in the field. But it's very, you know, it's very encouraging and it's just great to see the response of the families and the whole community out there supporting our kids. And that's pretty much it, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Doyle. Councilwoman Melendez?
We're working with a Fiestas de Mayo event that is going to be May the 6th. We're having the next meeting April the 12th here at the City Hall. You're all cordially invited. April the 12th also, there's going to be the presentation of candidates at the Consulado Mexicano at 5:30. And on April the 19th, the presentation of the candidates here at the council chambers, and all the public is invited. That's all.
Thank you. Councilman Gradias.
Just want to say it was my privilege to represent the city at the National League of Cities in Washington, D.C., along with the mayor and several other people on the council here. It was a great experience. It was my first one, and I'm glad we got to bend the ear of some of our state or federal elected officials, which was an eye-opening experience for me. Thank you.
Councilwoman, Vice Mayor?
Yes, also went to the national conference, and I did all the things that all the other councilmen did, and we exchanged a lot of ideas with other cities on how they're using the ARPA money, and we sat at the same table, Councilman Gradias and Councilman Doyle, and it was pretty interesting on how they're moving along with the ARPA funds. I also went to the Little League ceremony, inauguration for the ceremony, Little League. And on the following day, we went to the Liga de Veteranos, which is also a baseball league. And that was pretty interesting. And this morning, as Councilman Bonillas asked, I was here to give out the vest that we donated to the Nogales Sonora Police Department. That's all, Mayor.
Thank you. Try to make it short. I couldn't be here for the vest being given to the Nogales Sonora Police, but I know I talked to some other police officers, and they were very happy that they were getting them. I had a meeting with Unisource early in the month. Went and visited downtown merchants. Santa Cruz had a meeting with the Santa Cruz realtors. We're doing the binational week. What days are they, Travis? 15th through 23rd, 22nd. Hopefully, we need a softball team. We need a softball team to compete against the Consulado Mexicano, against the Consulado Americano, and then again with the Nogales Sonora council and president or mayor. So put on your soccer shoes and take out your gloves. Can you say something, Miss Travers?
If you're interested in being part of the softball league or team, please let me know so that we can get jerseys ordered, because we are ordering jerseys as well. So I need those sizes ASAP.
And over and slower pitch.
Yeah, well, remember, we're playing against Ayuntamiento and everybody, and I told them we'd have the fire department on hands just in case.
Okay, all right. There will, no, there's not gonna be scouts out there. Puros sobadores. Yeah. Okay, and the other thing, I had a visit with our, I think it's a good thing that we're doing with down at ANSA basketball courts with Centro Comunitario. Meeting with Chamber, went to the soccer opening day, Little League opening day, Veterans Baseball opening day, Santa Cruz training. I went to a birthday party where, I was also at the National League of Cities. For me, it was something very unexpected that the National League this year brought out the rail issue from Ohio, and everything. If you guys don't think I lobby, I think I gave up all my 500 cards that I received since I became mayor, and I'm almost out, Letty, so I might have to order more. It's out of my budget, but I met the federal rail administrator, Amit Bose, and I think it was very positive for the city to finally be heard. I need talk to Mr. Machado on getting a letter to them on interest of our needs, but it was very, very interesting to have them. And Union Pacific was there. I met Miss Lindsay Douglas, and she's going to send some representatives to talk to us. And I think it was something very, very positive for the city. Everybody told me when I started, Union Pacific, they won't care about you, but I think they're listening. They're listening because of the unfortunate issues that they've had, and I think we're in a good route. So, we visited again. We had Senator Sinema, Mr. Kelly. Then we visited Congressman Grijalba. We visited Cisco Mani. I appreciate everybody that went and lobbied. I think that's what it takes. Mr. Gradias, thank you for riding me around in my wheelchair because I got tired. I had a flat tire. But Mr. Doyle, the same. I think, it was all hard work. Mr. Bojorquez, Ms. Montiel, thank you for being there. And I think it was a great trip. Pretty much, I know, Ms. Melendez, you mentioned about April 12th. That's next Wednesday. What time is your meeting? Because I've got ADQ coming here at 3 p.m.
Yes.
I've got ADQ coming, and we're like 18 people.
April 12th at 5:30. The presentation of candidates. And then we're also having this regular Vista Scenario at 3 p.m.
I need the room for the ADQ and like 18 people.
18?
Yeah. No.
Well, let me find out. So
The direct 3 o'clock. The director at ADQ, Ms. Peters, is going to be here, and they're inviting other people around the city. And there's going to be, they estimate themselves between 12 and 15 people. And then, whatever council wants to join us. But it's from 3 o'clock to like 3:30, 4 o'clock.
I'll go ahead and cancel that one.
Not 3:30, excuse me, from 3 o'clock to 4:15. They told me it's an hour 20 minutes.
So then the 5:30 will be okay.
I think 5:30 will be okay. But the 3 o'clock, if you could help me.
I'll change it.
Yes. The 12th. The 12th. Is it? Yeah. Okay, the 12 ADQ is going to be in this room. Those that want to be present, you got my invitation, okay? And the new director, Ms. Peters, going to come and look at the wash, and I know we've been discussing with IBWC on our hopefully agreement. So I think it's a very important meeting. Thank you for helping me out. Okay, that's pretty much what I have. Any future agenda items? Anybody? Okay. With this, well, what I was going to put is, that we start posting or looking at how we're going to do with to find a new city manager and report, or when do we start posting it? 30th. But I would say we could have an egg and try to see what we could do from here to there. Let's decide. The other thing is, next meeting, I'm not going to be here on the 18th, so that's why I've been saying the 20th. The 18th was a Tuesday, and John was going to schedule earlier. Was it today you said it, John? You were going to schedule a HUD meeting for the 18th, or was it yesterday? He was going to schedule a meeting with HUD on the 18th, and I told him, you know what, take it for the 20th because I'm not going to be here, and that way we have the HUD and our regular second meeting of the month. Instead of being Tuesday the 18th, will be Thursday the 20th. Okay.
At 4 o'clock and 6 o'clock.
4 o'clock and 6 o'clock. 4 o'clock the housing and 6 o'clock the council meeting. Okay. Thank you. Well, all this, move to adjourn. Meeting adjourned.